What's up, everybody, and welcome to another episode of the David Carson Show. Wow, do we have some crazy stuff to get into today. Russia dispatches Satan II nuke for combat. GOP lawmaker says the time is right for an impeachment inquiry onto Biden. How will Congress approach a Biden impeachment inquiry? 40% of the U.S. adults think the apocalypse is near. Well, with this stuff happening, who could be surprised? Biblical predictions may be coming true. Popular parenting YouTube host arrested for child abuse. Probably should have seen that coming. That chick seems awful. Tucker Carlson warns they will assassinate Trump if he keeps winning. That's scary. I mean, it's just a prediction from Tucker Carlson, but still, I could see that could potentially happening, but we'll get into more of that later. Dave Portnoy attacked by Unhinged liberal pizza shop owner, and it completely backfired. Student loan payments restart, which may trigger economic crisis. And finally, how crazy is this? Call of Duty starts recording all voice chats and is banning people using AI. That is insane. But that's what they're doing. Yeah, so gonna be a very interesting night. Join me in chat. If you guys have anything to say, I would love to see your opinions. I'll take them in between stories or at the very end. If you guys have some interesting stuff, stick around till then. Give me some chats, and yep, we'll have a cool discussion. But with that, let's get into the first story. Russia dispatches Satan II nuke for combat. Here's a clip.
Here we go from timcast.com. Russia activates world's most powerful nuke. The Satan II missile is 1,000 times stronger than the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Scary.
And could destroy the UK in 6 minutes. Now, I want to slow down there a minute. And the most powerful nuke, there's a variety of reasons why it's described that way. But I think it's fair to say that there is a diminishing return on the power of the nuclear weapons we currently have. And it's because, I love Moore's Law. You guys are familiar with Moore's Law, right? Mm-hmm. That every 2 years the processing power doubles or whatever. Yeah. And then eventually got to the point where they were like, no, it's officially going to stop. But then they did multi-core processors, so they figured out a way that make the law technically keep going. That's the thing with nuclear weapons.
Especially with graphics
cards. It got to the point where we had these very, very powerful nukes. We had Tsar Bomba. And then eventually someone was like, I think let's just put 12 nukes in one rocket. And now we've got something substantially more powerful. And it's like, okay, well, there you go. So for this one, it is powerful. But we've got nukes that are 1,000 to 1,250 times more powerful than the bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The Satan II missile, while massive and extremely powerful, standing at 100 feet high, nearly unstoppable, is one of, I would say in my opinion, not that I'm a combat expert or anything, one of the most powerful nuclear weapons. It's being deployed into combat duty. And now I already know a lot of people, we've got one super chat from Tim Jake saying that it's standard replacement of obsolete equipment and things like that. Some people are saying, oh, don't be so dramatic. Here's why I think this is there's a reason we bring this up. I think I have the story right here from the AP. Ukrainian drones strike deep in Russian territory, Moscow says, while a barrage in Kiev kills 2. Vladimir Putin said they would not use nukes unless they were facing an existential threat. And now we are escalating to the point. Insider reported just the other day, 2 days ago, the ruble is failing. And now more Russians are cutting back on buying basic food, goods like food and toothpaste. You've got several now military strikes in Russia. There was a military incursion into Russia from the Ukrainian side. And now Russia is deploying, whether it's a standard replacement or the activation of their most powerful weapon.
It's both.
We are escalating to that point. The most important thing to understand with this is reality. There is no point where someone comes and grabs you by the shoulders and screams, the nukes have been launched, it's happening now. Almost everything that happens is gradually and then suddenly, which means when we look back on history, 100 years from now, when they look back, they're not going to teach young people, assuming there are people, I don't know. They're not going to teach them that, in today's class, we're going to read about the 2 year, for the next 2 years of school, we're going to be reading about the day-to-day, monotony of the political class and politics in these countries. No, they're going to say the date was November, 17th, 2020, with Donald Trump now contesting the election, this led to the July 40th, the July 15th, whatever. And then we saw 1 year later the deployment of the Satan II missile. Of course, 2 years after that, it was deployed and New York City was heavily damaged. That's how quickly it goes when you're going through history. For us sitting here right now, understand this could be something, it could be nothing, I don't know. But this is how it will always be. Another grain of sand is added to the heap. Yeah. I have to say, when Russia activates one of the most powerful nuclear weapons that we've been fearing for some time, they've expressed the intent to use nuclear weapons in the event they face an existential threat. And now we are entering into war on Russian territory and a threat to their existence. We're a lot closer than we have been in a very, very long time to the use of nuclear weapons. Now, I am not saying they're going to nuke New York or anything like that, but New York did put out a PSA, what was it, like 2 years ago, about what to do in the event of a nuclear strike. More importantly, keep your eyes open for an escalation of this war. Tucker Carlson warned that in order to stop Trump, they will declare hot war with Russia officially. I think the first thing we'll see is likely going to be tactical nuclear weapons in the combat field, nuclear artillery. I do not think we're going to see the use of the Satan II missile on a civilian target like a city. That serves little purpose other than to try and end the war outright. I don't think it would be effective.
And they want Ukraine. They don't want to,
but I'm curious what you guys think.
I think that the fact that they've activated it has changed the game, because the United States is going to have some kind of reaction, right? The Soviet Union is, or not Soviet Union, Russia's not going to be able to.
Why do you say that?
To put a weapon like that into play and expect the United States to not do anything. So I imagine that there's going to be some kind of escalation. And again, it's not going to be like the U.S. is going to like just start deploying nuclear weapons. But I don't know what it would be, but I don't think this is going to go unanswered. And it just goes back to what I've been saying, or we've all kind of been agreeing on, is I don't see the exit. I don't see the off-ramp. There's a lot of things that are happening, and there has been nothing at all since Russia invaded that has moved the needle towards a ceasefire, de-escalation, ending combat activities. Nothing in 2 years now, or year and a half. So I still don't see the off ramp. Turning on nukes
Trump
is
gets
what
reelected, maybe
everyone's afraid of, because Russia's nuclear armed. I don't see how it gets fixed.
There was an attempt at a peace talk between, I think, Zelensky and Putin even early on. And then Boris Johnson went down there and ended the peace talks abruptly. Yep. And I think Victoria Nuland might have been involved. So essentially Britain and the United States were like, no. Peace is not a good idea. We need this war.
I don't know.
For a weapons system. Do you remember that?
I don't know.
This is something that people mention a lot. I don't have data to pull up right now on me, and it's anecdotal, so I can't prove that happened, but I've heard it a lot.
Yeah, so I recall that.
That would at least, that would at least explain that there are some people that Zelensky doesn't want the war. I mean, I don't think Zelensky wants the fight. I don't think he wants the people to die. I don't think
Zelensky's come right out and said that his goal is to totally just take back Crimea.
Yeah, I think he wants the fight.
Yeah.
So he's not. So it's not like he's not looking for any kind of de-escalation or whatever.
But it's not Zelensky. It's NATO.
That's what I'm saying. It's Boris
both.
Johnson and Victoria Nuland pushing Zelensky, and probably will kill him if he doesn't play it.
I don't think they're pushing him. I think they're playing him like a marionette.
Man, I don't know. It's rough that they've completely devastated the Eastern Donbass, turned it into mud, and all those people have died. I don't think anybody wants.
And this is war. I mean, Russia's involved.
That's what I've said about why don't they just give them the Donbass at this point? It's unfortunate, but they're like, oh, you want to just give Russia 10% of Ukraine? Well, I mean, they already have it. They're already in the territory. They've seized it. And like this guy just said, Ian Crossland here, and this video, he just said, they turned it to mud. So it's just gone anyways. It's destroyed. All the cities are destroyed. It's devastating. But like, it's not like if you give them that territory, what are you really losing? They get that land bridge that they really want. The fighting can stop. The area is already devastated. You're not going to have anyone that's like, oh no, make sure we're not in Russian hands. And then even when they took Crimea, Russia in 2014, no one resisted, really. It's just like, okay, whatever. Now we're Russian, I guess. The people there in Crimea don't seem like they cared at all. Then the Donbass region is just destroyed. There's not people there, and the people there would probably just It's just you're in Russia now instead of Ukraine. You know, I'm not saying it'd be good if Russia took all of Ukraine or whatever, but I'm just saying, like, you know, they already have it. They turned it to mud. Give Russia the territory. The war can cease. And the likelihood of Ukraine taking back that territory anyways in the Donbass region, it's very unlikely. And again, it's destroyed. What are you gaining? What are you really losing at this point if you give it to Russia?
Are the ones who initiated it. I find it absolutely hilarious. There's this really great post that said, you know, ways you know that you're a bootlicker for the empire. And it's that you completely ignore all of the things the United States and NATO did to escalate tensions, which resulted in this war. And if you bring it up, if someone brings it up, you get offended. And I'm like, right. This politics is not happening in a vacuum. Russia didn't one day be like, you know, Vladimir Putin didn't twirl his mustache and say, "I'm going to be evil today." No, it's a fight over special interests, resources.
They need the seaport. Right. They want Sevastopol. They want to fortify the roads down into Crimea through eastern Donbass, the East 97 and East 105, those two freeways. And if they can fortify that, and Russia can take that and solidify their base in Crimea, Sevastopol is the city. Yep. They'll start pumping out goods and services into the Mediterranean Sea, but that will make Turkey a vulnerability for NATO because Turkey's in NATO.
Ian, I hope that you are ready to die so that NATO can defend Ukraine's water port.
Yeah, it's more that they don't want Russia to have it because then they think Russia and Turkey will buddy up and that Turkey will leave NATO and then NATO will fall apart. If Turkey leaves NATO, I mean,
I don't know. I want to strongly push back on the idea that without Turkey, NATO falls apart.
Well, it's already kind of trash.
That is completely
the bigger risk.
Just that idea is completely not true.
I mean, it's a nuclear power that controls Russia's access to the Mediterranean. I think if it's
not just Russia's; they control the Bosphorus, which is all of the Black Sea into the Mediterranean.
Which is, I don't know, mostly Russian. It's Ukrainian also. So they could shut off Ukrainian access to, or some of it anyway.
What's so wild about it is the hypocrisy. Because Putin's been saying, for 15 plus years, do not put NATO troops on my border or else. And I'm like, how did we feel about it when the when the Russian Soviet Union was putting missiles in Cuba? Like, it's a no-go. And if they were... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Exactly. I just want to say Turkey does not have nuclear weapons.
Are you sure?
I'm looking at it right now. I looked it up. I Googled it. So, and that's part of why we get so many countries in NATO. NATO exists partially to limit proliferation of nuclear weapons. That's why you get countries to join NATO. We offer you protection. We have nuclear weapons. Don't develop nuclear weapons of your own. That was the whole point of the United States being like kind of the big dog in NATO and stuff, is to prevent nuclear proliferation. Sorry for cutting you off.
No, you're good.
Thank you.
And speaking of nukes, something we should entertain is the possibility of an EMP bomb. If people aren't familiar, there are devices allegedly, and I don't doubt it, that can take down entire power grids. And
I'm pretty sure we know they exist.
Right.
Like a nuclear detonation releases an EMP intentionally. Right. I'm pretty sure we've isolated and we can generate an EMP.
And the
like
last
a neutron bomb.
Right. And the last several Department of Homeland Security heads have said that, a grid down scenario is one of their number one concern because there's so many different things that could do it. It could be a solar flare. It could be bad actors. It could be a hack job. And there's all these, if you look into this, there's been so many different electrical grids or the substations around the United States that have been mysteriously hacked and infiltrated by various hackers. It's like, who's doing that and why?
Jimmy, have you ever read the book 1 Minute After?
Yes, actually, okay. Yeah. I got it on audiobook. I got a few of those.
It's a good book.
Is it about after the nuclear?
About an EMP. So they shoot an EMP off over the U.S., light it off about 100 miles up or whatever. The EMP takes out the entire grid, and it's based, I think, in North Carolina.
I believe so.
Correct. I think it's Asheville is the area, but it talks about the things that could happen and stuff like that. Newt Gingrich actually wrote the foreword to one of the editions. I'm not sure which one. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to say, hey, if you guys want a conspiracy, in between now and the next year, I'm convinced that there's going to be some sort of event. They're going to come at us with some sort of curveball. Like they're putting out COVID mandates into the media now. And I'm like, I think that there's a sizable portion of the populace that will not comply. I don't know what the percentage is. Even if it's just 1 out of 3, that's too many. And I don't think that they're going to put this time. I'm expecting a curveball. So what better, if you study history and Sun Tzu and the art of war. So instead of nuking us or doing a bomb off the coast to flood us, why not just turn off our lights, let us destroy each other from within? Most people are not prepared. But you know how most people would die if the grid goes down? Waterborne illness. Most people do not have sterile water. We take it for granted. You turn on the faucet and you're fine.
I gotta stop you right there. You said how most people would die?
That might not. All right, most might not be the word.
A significant number.
Millions of people would die from infection of going to the bathroom because their stomachs can't handle that raw water that's going to turn once the water treatment facilities go down. So never mind percentages, but
when the water treatment plants go down, there's no water at all.
Right.
So in places like New York and Chicago, you turn the faucet on and nothing comes out.
Make a fire.
And game over. Because how many, 2 days without water, 3 days, and you're just incapacitated?
I would say by day 2, people are drinking each other's blood.
Yeah.
I am not exaggerating. There was Martyr Maid has this post about what Civil War really is and what people don't understand. And
I don't know.
It really is.
Sorry to cut you off here, Tim, but I mean, that show alone, it's pretty popular, right? Where they go and survive out in the wilderness for 100 days by themselves and they film it and everything. It's just like a lot of people watch that. Don't you think there would be enough people in the community? Like I watch that show. I live next to the river here in Austin. Lady Bird Lake is what they call it, but it's a river. You go get water from it, you filter it out, and you boil it. I'm like, they don't even filter it on alone. They're wild. But, I mean, this isn't a city, so I'm like, I don't know if I just... But, you go filter it out and with, like, a cloth, and then you could use a cloth. But it'd be better to use something better. But then you boil it, and you can drink it. You won't get sick. I think there's enough people in the community that, 1 out of 30 people even, like that one thing. No, okay, you don't have to drink each other's blood. It's like I'll show you how to make drinkable water.
Something we bring up all the time that people just, it's like, there's nothing you can do about the fact that people live in movie reality.
But I disagree
with
that.
About
it would be that severe.
How the world actually works. And so they imagine people marching with uniforms. Martyr Maid and a couple other people had tweeted, Civil War is like everything's, the conflict is happening. You see it on the news. You go to bed and you don't wake up because a warring faction in 3 a.m. sneaks in your house, kills you in your sleep, takes your stuff. Or you wake up and your neighbor's house is on fire and you see his corpse lying on the sidewalk because a warring faction came in and he was a target for some reason. These kinds of things are likely to happen first in a breakdown. So outside of the concept of civil war, right? Like let's not be too cliche with Timcast here. Let's say EMP bomb, nuclear strike, cyber attack. Rachel Maddow said they're going to shut off our electricity. They could with a cyber attack. Yeah, if our grid goes down,
yeah,
I think
probably.
If communications go down, that's it. The fabric of the United States evaporates overnight. And you ever play the video game Fallout 3?
Yes.
I love Fallout 3. It's the best video game ever made. One of them. And the Enclave. Let me give everybody a general understanding. I assume most of you know Fallout 3. Some of you might not. In the Fallout series, in 2077, China invades Alaska because there's dwindling fossil fuels and they need access to new resources. War breaks out. Nukes go flying. Planet gets bombarded and most people die. A large portion of people in the U.S. go into underground vaults to try and survive. In Fallout 3, I forgot where I was going with this.
What it would be like, after the fallout from it? I mean, just the complete societal collapse and everything else?
Yeah, I forgot the point I was going to make because I started explaining the basic story.
It was about, the Enclave, and then you're talking about,
you got it. There it is.
Communication.
The remnants of civilization.
So, in Fallout 3, the bad guys are the Enclave. They're the U.S. government. But they're completely powerless, and they have no control over what is the United States. So in the Fallout world, there's the New California Republic, which is the remnants of California are rebuilding and forming their own government. But the Enclave is actually the descendants of U.S. military, U.S. government that went into Mount Weather and other bunkers when the bombs fell. When they emerged, they had no way to control what was left.
The wasteland.
The apocalyptia. So
I guess
in the event
happen.
communications go down, how does the military communicate? They've got contingencies, I'm sure.
They could fix it.
And they have protocol for what happens if the communications go down. But what about local police, federal law enforcement? It is there's going to be a
aren't most backbones, fiber optic backbones in the United States, right? The if you go look it up, you can find the major where these huge crazy amount of fiber optic cables, they bundle them together and they send them through certain parts of the United States. You can go look it up. I think that's still how it is. I used to be into this in 2010 or something. I'm assuming it's the same way, except they just upgraded them. but I haven't looked into it. So don't quote me, but that stuff is all underground, isn't it? I'm pretty sure all that's like underground. So I don't even think, I mean, I guess the data centers aren't, but like all the cables are underground. So I don't think it would really be that hard for them to get it back up. And I haven't looked into this either, but there's like levels of data centers. So you would think some of them would just be designed to resist EMPs or solar flares. I'll have to look into this. I'm just kind of saying this off the cuff, reacting to this. But yeah, I'm thinking like some of these like certain data centers, they're secured against, earth. They go up like from what they're resistant to. So you can have like a level 1, like a level 6 data center, and the level 6 is like it basically won't go down from anything. So I would think that would be like resistant to EMPs. I think a lot of people like when they talk about this stuff, they think it'll be worse than it is. It sounds like it would be bad, don't get me wrong, but to just be down completely and now no one knows how to use it and stuff like that. I mean, every municipality across the United States, right? There's a tornado and every municipality, power gets restored within a week, right? Like max, even in the worst storms, maybe 2-3 weeks. Right. So it's just like, wouldn't you think all the municipalities would go and just everyone would be fixing it? Again, it would be probably pretty bad, but communications, I don't think would really be down for that long. Let's like Jericho, if you ever seen that show, like 2005-6 show. It's kind of dramatic. So the concept was interesting, though. Like they nuke all these cities at once, 16 cities. But I mean, that was a long time ago, 2005. But I thought that was kind of pretty believable back then. But now the internet is so prolificated throughout the population and everything. I'd say, yeah, I don't know. I could see it happening, but I don't think this stuff would last as long as people think it would if there was like a breakdown. Nuking 18 cities or something, that'd be wild. But them hacking the grid and stuff, it would probably be annoying for a few days, but they'll just probably reinstall the operating system, and there you go. It's back up and running. I could see it taking like a week for sure, but I don't see it not being able to be resolved in like a somewhat timely manner.
A breakdown as you get out further and further outside of the government of actual communications. So what happens then?
And then also, it's not very popular yet, but people do have Starlink. People here and there have Starlink now, and Starlink's not going to go down from that. Maybe the satellites will. Maybe. I don't know. They can make more and then send them to people, and I don't know. It's interesting. It's definitely an interesting conversation, but I'm like, I don't know. I think people would get this stuff back up and running quicker than these guys are saying, but then again, maybe I'm just naive. I don't know.
The grid goes down and communications are blocked for some reason. We lose the internet. We lose electricity. We're turning our radios on, trying to figure out what's going on. And then bad people go on the radio and say, this is Lieutenant so-and-so. I'm in charge of this area. And it's a random guy. Then he comes in and says, we're organizing. What if it's a militia and they feel
people
justified and say to themselves, if we don't get a hold of this, it's going to get bad. I'm taking charge. Put out a radio call. Put on their militia uniforms, look like military, show up.
I don't want to speak for every militia in the country, but most militia don't do that type of stuff. Like every militia I've ever heard of, they're like, just, okay, we're going to keep the peace. They don't really want to take charge of anything. I'm not going to say they don't exist, but like every militia I've ever heard of, they're just like, nope. Like if there's like some march or something, like BLM march, militia would be there like, oh, we're just keeping the peace. They're not trying to take charge of anybody. But then again, that's with the government right now. So again, it's hard to say, but this is just my prediction if this happened.
They're not bad guys, but they're not the government. And now you've got conflicted factions trying to figure out who's in charge and who isn't.
It would happen. It'd be a power vacuum. Somebody would try to take it.
You need, like, if you're in a city, you're doomed. Okay, so that, I mean, we can take the you can take like the idea of survival off the table. You're dead. You are a walking corpse. So if you live, I'm not kidding.
You're gonna be someone's lunch.
You're totally doomed. You have, like, if you're on Manhattan, you're doomed. You're never gonna get off the island. If you're on Long Island, you're doomed. You're never getting off there. If you're in Southern Connecticut, you're gonna die. If you're in Jersey, you're gonna die.
These guys are like really dramatic. So I lived in Michigan during the 2005 power outage that affected the whole like Northeast into the Midwest. Okay. And the power was off for like 3 days. And people did have communications because after like, a day, people kind of just knew what was going on and what was kind of happening. But having said that, there was hours and if not a day in my neighborhood. And I lived in the ghetto, crime-ridden area, lower class area at the time. And people aren't just freaking out trying to take charge and stuff. I don't know. Most people, if all the power goes off and communications break, people think there was like, oh, what happened? People aren't just, maybe if it's a week or 2, 3, 4 weeks, but I don't know. Like I said, all the traffic lights, all the electricity was out. If you go Google, I think it's 2004, 2005, a power outage, you can go like look into it. But people, I lived in Detroit. No, all these cities got affected. Throughout New Jersey, I didn't hear of anybody just trying to be like, oh, the power's out. Let's go and try to take over. It's like, I don't know. Most people are like, oh, okay, it's probably just going to get resolved. Again, if it's 3 weeks, maybe 9 weeks or something, I could see this happening, but I don't know. I think that most people are pretty dramatic about this type of stuff. Because, again, I lived through that in 2005, and just everyone's like, oh, okay, we'll just get it fixed. No one just wants to go. Most people don't just want to go and take power and stuff. People always want to act like they will. I had this guy I was talking to a few weeks ago. He was like, if the government collapses and the dollar collapses, I'll just go get a tank and then try to take over. I'm like, dude, you're obviously joking, right? Because it's like you're gonna get taken out because you're trying to take everyone else out, right? So it's like, no. This stuff might happen in other countries, and I get it because it has. But America, with the Second Amendment and everything, people are just also more chill here than in the Middle East, like culturally. So I don't know. I guess it could happen in certain cities. But overall, no, I think it'd just be fine, and it would probably get resolved in EMP. Now, if there was mass nukes, 20 cities or something, I couldn't tell you, man. That's a whole different scenario. But if they just hacked it and took out the electricity, it's people like, they reinstall the operating system. It'll be back up in a few days, and word of mouth would go around, and it'd probably be back up in 3-4 days, and there we go. Everything's fixed. And EMP would be a different scenario. But even then, I'm sure there's backups for communications that they could use that are deep underground and, for military. And then they would go get the word out. And then the utility companies would be fixing things. And people would go talk to them. Okay, what's going on? And, there we go. It would take a really crazy scenario for them to, for what they're saying to happen, in my opinion.
Pointing out, like,
if 5% live, I'm generally right. Is kind of my point,
Right, but for Jersey, so long as you're not on the peninsula, right? If you're on the islands, Manhattan, Long Island, the New Jersey Peninsula, you're done.
Yeah.
When we were in New Jersey when the COVID lockdown started, and there were rumors going around they were going to shut down the bridge. Connecticut already had checkpoints with New York because New Yorkers were fleeing to Connecticut. So when we heard
disease is different, though.
That's what everyone was afraid of. They were like,
disease is a lot different. Everyone was scared to get sick because everyone thought it was like Plague Inc., like these movies. Everyone thought COVID was just going to kill everyone, 90%, death rate or some stuff at the beginning. That's why they did it. If there was an EMP or something or a hack, people would treat stuff way differently. Everyone would kind of come together and be like, oh, geez, what's happening? COVID's scary because you're like, okay, people are coming to my area from another area when they're all infected. Scary, but there's just an EMP. People are going to be, why would they lock down the bridge? That wouldn't make sense, would it?
If they lock that down, you're stuck. You ain't going anywhere. You're on a peninsula.
That is true if they did lock it down.
We should probably leave now. And so we packed up and we came down to where we are now earlier than we
Don't get me wrong. You probably shouldn't live in Jersey anyway. All the laws and everything. I'm just saying in that scenario that they're discussing, I don't think any of this would happen is from what they're saying. Because like I just said, it's like COVID's different.
And that was just the lockdown scare. But to your point, in terms of the land areas that have access to the larger mass United States have a substantially higher chance of survival. Manhattan Island, good luck.
Doomed.
Yeah, it's scary.
You're dead. You're not.
Look at Maui. Look at Lahaina.
Yeah.
The police blocked the one road out.
Your best bet is to know your sheriffs and your local law enforcement, or at least be familiar with them, so that way you have an idea of who might have authority in your area. But that ain't going to work if you're in a city with police, because police are not the same as sheriffs. Like they have a different different outlook and stuff. And
authority is meaningless.
Yeah,
guns aren't.
Have you? But that's where the authority will be drawn from. Have you guys seen The Last of Us, the TV show?
Yeah, actually, I just finished up that first season recently.
Yeah, I like it.
Very interesting.
What people need to understand, there is no good or evil in a conflict. There is survival. And what's going to happen is, dude, you're walking down the street. Let's say it's a month, 2 months after the grid gets knocked out and there's chaos happening and there's conflict.
And that still hasn't been
There's
fixed.
people starting to rebuild communications. The U.S. government is still asserting its authority. As you move further west and things get further and spread out, communications break down, distance between cities increases. East Coast may be stable. West Coast will be increasingly unstable. So let's say it's several months later and you're walking down a road and you've got your rifle on your back and your water. And then you come across, you see in the distance, there's some kind of settlement and you're like, well, let's go see who's there. And then all of a sudden there's a bang and you're dead. In fact, you're dead before you even hear the sound. The people who live in that settlement aren't going to be like, oh, hey, look, a fellow walking towards us with a gun. Let's see what he has to say.
About video games and this like fantasy of survival apocalypse genre and games. Like, dude, you get hit once, you're dead.
Everybody dies.
But it's not just that.
There's no fun.
It's that depending on the level of conflict, the assumption that you can walk up to any kind of settlement and they're going to be like, howdy, stranger. I couldn't help but notice your arm there. You want to come hang out? They're either going to jump out from.
It's funny they say like the movies aren't real, and I'd agree with them. They think everything, if this is like something crazy happens, the communications would just society would break down so fast. And like I was saying, I lived through the Michigan outage. That was, I mean, so like I said, a day. So I could be wrong, but I'm just like. No one just started freaking out. And again, I lived in the ghetto, very low class area. Murder rate was high, not a good area to be in. And even in that area, everyone wasn't just like freaking out, like, oh, let's take over. No, everyone was like chilling, like, okay, what's going on? So volunteers just went out in the intersections because the traffic lights were out and were handling traffic, just random volunteers. So, and again, that was in the low-class area of the ghetto. I don't think if something like this happened, everyone immediately is going to start freaking out. In 2 months, I mean, I don't know. I think that stuff would be way better. I mean, there's got to be... People have been talking about EMPs and stuff for a very long time. All you have to do is, like, double layer the stuff with like a Faraday cage, like double, triple layer Faraday cage, and you can't even have an EMP. So most of the really high tech, sophisticated stuff probably wouldn't be affected by an EMP, and it's probably buried pretty deep underground, right? So it's just like, like the very backup stuff. So it probably couldn't handle very much electricity, but there would still be communications. Somehow in Michigan, we knew what was going on. I don't know how. I was just a kid, so I don't really know how. But my parents were like, oh, this is what's happening. So I don't know. I think they think it's would get way crazier, way faster. Again, the nuke thing is a way different thing. If everyone got, who knows? Because people might just think, okay, all authorities are broken down. But usually in those situations here in America, it's weird. Even when people are like have a lot of conflict with each other, when this type of stuff happens in America, people tend to band together. That might not happen. I could be wrong, but that's generally what happens. Like, oh, okay, we got to get through this. We got to get through this. All like the stupid political things, Trump versus Biden and stuff kind of go away. It's like, this is about survival now. And people kind of like, chill out. But I don't know. If you were like 6 months in, you'd probably start seeing that. But generally people are good. So people are just like, no, we're going to take those people out. We're not going to just let them come in and just go crazy, In BLM, a lot of militia were places. They just couldn't really do anything in most cities because they knew they would just get prosecuted. But in a lot of places, they're like, no, we're just trying to keep the peace. So I think that's what would probably happen. But, that's just my opinion. Let's see what else they have to say.
They're going to come out from fortified positions. You can't see them, pointing weapons at you, telling you to get on the ground. You're going to lose your weapons. You're going to lose everything. And if you're lucky, they'll turn you away and take all your stuff.
Right. The loot drop.
Right. But and maybe they won't kill you, or maybe they just do it and think, if you find out, if this person wants revenge, if this person tells someone where we are, we're done. Don't know, don't care. This idea that, everyone's going to be super nice to each other and we're all in this together, crazy talk.
No.
Sorry.
Strangers will be looked at as enemies.
That's what I thought.
You wouldn't know who you could trust.
That's what I think.
And by the way, like is like the boom shot, you're dead. If you get hit in the arm or leg or wherever, you're just wounded, you're gonna get infected.
Yeah, I mean, just to be clear to that point, because that's where my take is, and he's got to call me out virtually here. It's like crazy. I don't know. I think the opposite. I think that's crazy talk. I could be wrong, but again, like the Michigan thing, when electricity gets lost, it's like people band together, right? That's if Pearl Harbor happened, and then everyone banded together, So it's like, I don't know, generally when stuff bad happens in this country anyway, people tend to band together. I mean, I think it just depends how severe it is. I guess if there was like an asteroid or something, even still, I think people would just get together and like want to create a colony and try to survive together. That's what I think. I think like when people think all this stuff, they're like, oh, you see too many movies or played games where everything goes smoothly and people do this. I think the opposite. I think these guys played too many games and movies. That is the opposite. I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, it's just a difference of opinion. Who knows? But I don't know. From what I've seen throughout history, at least in America, when travesty happens, people don't just start going and trying to take over. To be fair, in the Middle East and stuff, that does happen. But here in America in particular, with our culture, no, it's usually bad stuff happens. Everyone tries to help. A hurricane happens. People rush in there and try to help them. That stuff did happen in Katrina, to be fair, but there wasn't everyone who really kind of had like some sort of like militia mentality like that, like who would want to defend people. They left. They all left. But then you still, after Katrina happened, people did go in there to try to protect people and try to rescue people in New Orleans. So, people overall, I mean, this stuff will happen, but people overall, it's like how there's shootings. It happens. It's like how there's criminals. It happens, but the majority of people aren't criminals and try to help people, I think it's kind of went down nowadays because you could just, like we saw in New York, you could just get prosecuted for trying to help people. But in this situation, that wouldn't happen. So, there's way more good people than bad people, so how all this would unfold, one bad person, a few bad people, like a gang comes over and tries to take over. I mean, it depends on the area, obviously. Certain areas of America are way worse than others. But like here in Austin, I don't think that would happen at all. Like if a gangs tried to start taking over, they're going to get taken out way before as they're trying to take over, they're starting to hurt people. Yeah, they're going to get taken out real quick. Lots of guns here in Austin. So it's like, how is that ever going to unfold? Because most people would want to band together. They really would. That's how people are generally in a catastrophe. You want to be able to help everyone and band together and get through it. So if people start trying to take over because they know it's a power vacuum, people are like, oh, no, we are not having this. They get taken out, and then everyone else wants to band together. Because how many people are really not going to want to band together? I mean, these guys are saying that people wouldn't want to. But at the same time, I'm like, these guys would, these 5 guys. So it's just like, how much of the population is really going to go crazy? Probably 3% or that. It's like 3% versus 97%. It's like,
die like a week later in a very terrible way.
Most likely you're going to bleed out because most people don't have tourniquets, right?
shot,
like most people don't have first aid on them. Well, like you get into a gunfight, your friend gets shot, he dies because he bleeds out because you didn't put a tourniquet in your car. And I guarantee you don't have one in your car.
But you have shoelaces.
You would have one if
how to use a tourniquet.
Right,
it
exactly.
was a situation.
Let me tell you guys something really simple. A shoelace and a pen. Have a nice day. Google it. Figure it out. But I've got...
Dudes are dead.
But this is the... Look. I'd be willing to place a large wager that the majority of people who listen to this show have a substantially higher survival rate than the average person. And you have to be paying attention to what's going on in the world to watch a show like this. Mm-hmm. Yo, come on. You could be listening to Barstool. You could be talking about the World Series of Poker. You could be talking about football or
the fucking ball game,
the drafts or whatever. And hey, man, do your thing. I got no beef. Enjoy your life.
Yeah.
Live, laugh, love, whatever. But when it comes to what's happening in the world, maybe it all settles down. Maybe nothing bad happens. There's a big good cause for optimism in Trump's current polling numbers, economic numbers. Things are looking fairly positive. That, I genuinely believe that while Trump is far from a perfect individual, the Trump path slowly winds things down. In fact, I don't know about conflict in the United States, but internationally, World War III.
I think probably
it's
both.
the only one that actually might have an off-ramp.
If Trump wins, the left is going to go crazy and they're going to do a lot of bad stuff, but it'll get quashed. So the conflict in the United States, I think, will go kind of back, because especially if Trump's just like a huge landslide, more and more people are going to, even if they don't like Trump, just more to a right-leaning view with the immigration and everything, just because of how bad it's gotten. Everything in America has gotten so bad that they're just like, okay, they can kind of understand at least where the right's coming from. It's only like far leftists, which is probably less than 10% of the population. So it's just like, okay, they'll go crazy, they'll get quashed, and there you go. And then the United States is back on track, and internationally, Trump gets stuff back on track. Definitely think that could happen.
There's nothing coming out of the Democratic Party or the Democratic establishment or the Republican establishment that in any way indicates that there is an off-ramp for the conflict in Ukraine. But it is, we got to win, and that ain't happening.
But if Trump does get elected, while that may
Trump doesn't
avert
have that.
Us being wiped out in nuclear hellfire, civil conflict in the United States is still a high possibility.
There is a lot of turmoil coming in the next 10 years, or possible in the
next 10 years. But I want to add really, really quick to everybody, just as an aside, download General Survival app. Like, it's not a proper noun. It's not proper. Google search.
Several
Google
different
Play
apps.
Store.
Get a few
type
different
in
apps.
Survival app.
It's a good
download
idea.
3 of them.
Also, some cool items are CB radio, shortwave radio that you can talk into to communicate with someone if the grid goes down and you have solar power, and Life Straw. Life Straw is the name of the company, but you can take dirty river water and drink it through this Life Straw.
Right in the river. You can stick the straw right in.
And
so Life Straw, if you don't know, they also have these pouches you can fill up. You can fill up these pouches, and then it'll go and filter through. You can have a whole pouch, and then for like a few $100s, you could get like a whole keg, and then you could dump water in the top of it, and it'll slowly purify it. And then you have a whole giant, like 5 gallon. I got this stuff back in like 2016, so I don't really remember. But yeah, it's a huge 5 gallon drum, I think it is, and then you just dump your water in it, and it purifies it over like an hour. Now you have 5 gallons. See, that's what I was saying earlier with these guys saying like, oh no, if the water treatment plants go down, there's going to be chaos and war, and they're going to be drinking human blood, and within 3 days, it's like, bro, like people have these things. It's not like nobody has this type of stuff, I mean, to be fair, in New York, it could get wild. But that is the biggest city in America, or like Chicago. But here in Austin, 2 million people, we're spread out so far. We're not like so high dense like Manhattan is. I don't think that's going to happen at all. You'll have some people with like the thing like I have. It's like, okay, you have that 5 gallon drum. I'll just go and fill it up and start handing it out. And the people might be like, oh, well, someone's just going to come steal that from you. You think that all these people aren't going to band together to protect that with their lives? I'm just giving it to them for out of the goodness of my heart. And we get a system together to help people. And you think that a few guys with guns are going to come in Austin, Texas and take it? No. The militia will be here with 200 defending that jug. Even one of them. And I bet you more than just me have them. So, again, I don't think it's so crazy like these guys are saying. I think there's better people. But let's finish the clip real quick.
UV5R is a two-way radio.
Yeah.
I think it's VHS, definitely UHS, and they're like $25. And they are the most common radio going around. They're super easy to use. Get one. You can get them for super dirt cheap.
I also want to say download the app called Picture This. Are you guys familiar with that one?
UV5R, got it.
That's the app where you take a picture of it and it tells you what it is, basically.
I thought
the
electricity's going to be gone. I guess get a solar phone charger. You could do that. But I'm like, the apps are going to be very good if you're the EMP, right? They're going to destroy the phones, too. It's not a bad idea, just in case, because anything could happen over it. And what they're talking about, like an EMP over like the whole country, it's just like an EMP in Kansas isn't going to affect Austin. You would need like hundreds. And they don't think that it's good, like the United States isn't going to defend some of these missiles. They have that Iron Dome thing in Israel. You don't think they have that type of stuff set up here? I could be wrong, but I would imagine the military does. They don't really talk about this type of stuff. I mean, for obvious reasons.
Picture of, I believe it's plants.
Yeah, I think so.
That reminds me.
Yeah, tells you if you can eat them.
Yep. Buy hard copy books too, just in case there's a situation with the grid. A survival book as well as a first aid book. And there are also books, which just made me think of it, is that depending what region you live in, for example, I'm in Arizona,
they last
I'm in the Southwest,
forever.
so I have a book that's literally edible plants of the American Southwest. Yep. And you can do it on any region you're in, because especially when it comes to first aid and other, survival situations, if the internet's not available, all you have is the hard copy, and we take that stuff for granted.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah. You can also download the Ranger Handbook, which is the actual military range, like the U.S. Rangers. You can download their handbook, and that's got a lot of stuff in there. I just put a link to it on my Twitter.
Thanks for watching this clip from.
Yeah, I don't know if I have a lot more to say that I haven't said already throughout this video. So it's like I just don't. I'll sum it up real quick in a couple minutes. I don't think it would be that bad. I think more people would help people than they think, to get it to a level where you're approaching settlements where it's like Mad Max or something. I think that's mainly in the movies. Be prepared for that. Why not? You go, you have a gun, you have supplies. I have a bunch of rice in my cupboard. Yeah, I got it for COVID just in case, just in case stuff really went crazy. So I have like a month's supply of rice and stuff like that. So, get that stuff. You go spend $50 and it lasts for years and years and years. So you don't really have to worry about it. But I don't think it would be as bad as these guys are saying. Maybe in certain cities, don't get me wrong, New York might go crazy. But again, the power outage in the mid-2000s, people didn't go crazy. So I don't know. Like they talk about Sandy. I don't remember if I queued this one up, but I was watching them earlier. They were talking about Hurricane Sandy and how the power was out for like 2 weeks, and it was just weird because it was all dark and no lights were on. Chaos didn't interrupt. So again, in New Orleans, it did for Katrina. So but like I was saying though, everyone evacuated and people couldn't get in there because it was all flooded. So there was no like militia that could come in and be like, okay, we're the peacekeepers. It just wasn't realistic. So. Yeah, but I don't know. What they say could happen. So again, be prepared. Get these handbooks if you can afford it. Get the hardcover books. They last for basically forever. It's just like an insurance policy. If you have health insurance and stuff, just in case, might as well get this type of stuff. There's no harm in it. But again, I just think they for the most part, EMP goes off and they say people. If you think people are gonna band together, you're crazy. I gotta respectfully disagree. I think most people would band together. I watch like Walking Dead and when they go war with each other and that, it's just like, it just doesn't seem realistic to me. But then again, if you're surviving in that, you might have went nuts, or the people that have survived that are nuts. So I guess in Walking Dead, it might be realistic, but the communications and power get cut off. I don't think everyone just goes nuts like they think. Like 150 years ago, we didn't have power. Half the country didn't have communications. They started doing telegraph in the 1950s, 1940s, 1950s, where they tried to get it like nationwide and everything, but a lot of people still didn't have it. So they just relied on newspapers, which took months to even get to them, to ship across the country. So I don't know. You go back even just 150 years, people didn't have most of this stuff. And again, they talk about water treatment plants being down and stuff. A lot of people know how to filter water. It'll be a lot of work for everybody. People aren't going to the office at Google, I'll tell you that, but they'll spend that time going down to the river and everyone will have their role, and people are doing water. People are trying to get food, conjure up food. And again, there's got to be certain places that are resistant to EMPs, like I was saying too. So I don't think everything would get affected. And these guys were acting like, okay, if an EMP goes off in like Kansas or Washington D.C., it's only going to be a few hundred miles. How powerful of the thing that they think it is? It'd have to be like solar flare level, and even a solar flare isn't going to take. It'll take out a region, right? But it's not going to just take out the whole planet. The one side of the planet and the sides of the planet aren't even going to be facing the sun, so it's only going to take out that one part of the planet. So it's just like, I don't know. I always just think all this type of stuff is overblown. Be prepared just in case. I'm not saying that, because you could go even with what I'm saying, people band together, but you still could be a month without someone be able to provide you food. Or you might have such a small ration, it's outrageous. So have 1 to 3 months of food. It doesn't hurt. Just get stuff canned goods or something that you could just, that don't expire. And then I don't know. I don't really like eating canned goods, so I'd probably just give them away. But after like a year or two, if you're worried about them getting going bad, like 4 years or whatever, give them away in 2. Gives them plenty of time to eat, and then just replenish. So again, that doesn't hurt. I just think everyone fighting and just going to war and the power vacuum and all this, like they were just saying, I don't know. I always just think that stuff's overblown. And at least here in America. The power vacuum, if something actually like that happened, yeah, fair enough. People are like, well, look at with COVID, which, I mean, that's a fair point. But at the same time, it's like the government was kind of telling you, hey, you could do this. You can be a Karen. It's fine. You can go and do all these mask mandates. That's fine. But if everyone's just banded together because of an EMP or something, it's going to be like, I don't think so. I think it's just going to be pretty chill. Everyone's going to band together and like, yeah, let's get through this, and then we'll complain about COVID or whatever later. Because, yeah, this stuff's more important at the moment. So I think that's what would happen. But who knows? Honestly, all of this is hearsay. You never know until it actually happens. I never thought COVID would happen and people would react like they did until they did. But what's weird is at the beginning of COVID, people kind of did band together, actually, now that I'm thinking back on it. When COVID first happened, even people that did it weren't like gung-ho on the mask. It was like, okay, just in case. And then once the details started coming out, everyone did this 15 days to slow the spread, and no one really cared. But then after the fact, when it just started getting like, okay, it's not as bad as people thought it was going to be, then everyone started being jerks again. That's what happened. They're like, oh, okay, we don't really have to worry about it too much. Okay, cool. Back to being a jerk. But at the time when it first happened, people kind of did band together. But hopefully we never even have to see this in our lifetimes or anytime soon where we have to even worry about this. Hopefully everything would just settle down. And yeah, there's no opportunity for a giant civil war or, factions fighting and all that type of stuff. But with that, let's move on to the next story. GOP lawmaker says the time is right for an impeachment inquiry. Here's a clip.
The White House is lawyering up, reportedly hiring dozens of attorneys to battle the GOP investigation into Hunter Biden's business deals. Meanwhile, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy revealing if House Republicans move forward with an impeachment inquiry against President Biden, it would, quote, occur through a vote on the floor of the People's House and not through a declaration by one person. Congressman Russell Fry sits on the House Oversight and Judiciary Committees, and he joins us now. Congressman, you say the impeachment should move forward without the vote?
I think with the vote, without the vote, however we need to do it, I think the time is right. I think the Speaker's right, and we'll take his lead on this. But when we return, I'm ready to vote. I think most of the conference is at this point, and I think the evidence, most importantly, is ready for that next step.
I want to play you a clip from Nancy Pelosi. This is her saying that President Trump's impeachments, they don't need a vote. Listen.
There's no requirement that we have a vote, and so at this time we will not be having a vote. We're not here to call bluffs. We're here to find the truth, to uphold the Constitution of the United States.
Just shows the Republicans have no spine. McCarthy's like, oh no, we want to do it because we think it's right to have a vote. But then she's like, no, I could just do it. McCarthy just said, no one person can do it. Well, apparently the Speaker of the House can, so she did it.
This is not a game for us. This is deadly serious.
But apparently for the Republicans,
Nancy says there's no vote needed to impeach Trump. Why isn't that standard good enough for Joe Biden? I mean, I know you're trying to be diplomatic here. I get it. If he does it with the vote, without the vote. But isn't it time for Republicans to say, if this is the way our members are going to be treated from our party, we're going to do the same right back to you, because if not, this is never going to end.
Well, I think the impeachment of President Trump was really devoid of facts, and they really abused the process. So
Correct.
Having a formal vote, I think is a good step forward. But again, my approach is I'm just ready for the inquiry to start however we get there. I think the evidence is overwhelming. The difference in this impeachment inquiry and what happened with President Trump is that there's legitimate evidence out there that's been mounting for months because of the work of the Oversight Committee and the House Judiciary Committee and the Ways and Means Committee. So all I know at this point is it's time to go. Let's start this inquiry.
Congressman, it seems that there's enough evidence now to prove that President Trump was impeached, and impeachment number 1 for what, as Miranda Devine calls, Joe Biden's sins. Is there growing support for nullifying that impeachment, which I believe Kevin McCarthy can do?
Yeah, I think that there is. I think that that measure has already been filed. Seems to be growing. And again, like you just alluded to, by the day, it turns out that this hoax was really a hoax. Yeah. And a nullification of that would be a proper move, given how House Democrats abused the impeachment process to begin with.
Since the Republicans had the House. Now they're doing this stuff halfway through. You know, it's just like, I don't know if it's not halfway through yet. It's been like a year almost. They've had the ability to do this, and now they're finally doing this. And I get what they're saying, like Nancy Pelosi abused the process. We don't want to abuse the process. I get it, but nothing happened to her for doing it. So apparently it's not illegal. I don't really know. But then again, at the same time, Donald Trump is they're trying to prosecute him, his lawyers, and election officials for doing stuff that other people have done in the past. So I guess, what do I know? But it's like, at the same time, it's like they have the balls to do that. Maybe you just got to get the balls to do it. I don't know.
No question about that. Now, it looks like Joe Biden has a war room, a growing cadre of lawyers. If he was so innocent, why not just open up your bank records so we can all see them? In the meantime, you have the National Archives that has been holding on to hundreds of emails, and the few that they give over are so highly redacted, they're of no use to the committee that's providing oversight into this investigation. Why doesn't Congress just defund the archives? I mean, if you're not going to hand over documents that belong to the people, what is your purpose?
Well, I think the appropriations process is a useful tool
that is
for
a good
lot
question.
Of reasons coming up this fall when we return, and that certainly may be part of that as well. What's really concerning to me is that they acknowledge that they have 5,400 emails of all these different aliases that Joe Biden used. But then it requires the Obama administration, or President Obama and then Vice President Biden, to okay their release. That's where we stand with the 5,400 emails.
How does that make sense?
Whether or not this is truly the most transparent administration in history, according to them.
Yeah, clearly a lie, like so many other things. Well, I hope you guys move forward on this impeachment. I think there's a lot of calls from people to see this move forward. So,
yeah.
and of course, for equal justice, for both sides to be facing the same kinds of things. Congressman, really great to have you on this morning. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, it's very interesting. So it's good that the GOP is actually wanting to do the inquiry, but I do think it's really interesting, Kevin McCarthy. Trump called for him to the GOP to back him. For Speaker of the House. So and now look what happens. He's dragging his feet with impeachment. Trump really, really, really needs to get better at who he's endorsing. Because he'll endorse people just because, I don't even know. Why did he even endorse Kevin McCarthy? I think he wanted to bring the GOP together or something, and he thought he would be the most likely to win. Why not support Jim Jordan or somebody, though, that's completely had your back the entire time, instead of some establishment guy like Kevin McCarthy? Will Kevin McCarthy even want to do an impeachment? Good question. Wasn't he just saying the last 2-3 months? I saw at one point he's like, I don't think the time is right for an impeachment. Why? They did it to Trump twice. They did all these investigations. It didn't work. They didn't uncover anything. So with an impeachment, what's important about it is then there's a huge investigation. It's all over everyone's TVs. Everyone is talking about it, right? So then you can go and do the investigation, and you can get certain subpoenas, I believe, if you're doing an impeachment. So, yeah, then you can actually go investigate the Bidens straight up, even if it doesn't pass the Senate, because it probably won't. But because it's, Democrat controlled, essentially. So, yeah, it probably won't even he probably won't get convicted, but then you get all this evidence out in the public, really mainstream everywhere. You have this everywhere. So that would definitely be a benefit of the impeachment. But again, McCarthy's just dragging his feet for whatever reason. I don't think he's on Trump's side at all. He's establishment. I was really happy when the Freedom Caucus was going against him, Matt Gaetz and everybody was just going against him and would not approve the vote. It's kind of disappointing. I was really hoping that they just wouldn't have McCarthy in there and would get someone else in there, but I kind of had a feeling he would end up getting through, and then they would agree to stuff. So what did they agree to? Well, why did they get him in there? What was it? Oh, yeah. So the January 6th, all the January 6th footage. McCarthy promised that, we'll give the January 6th footage out. And what they do, give it to supposedly Tucker Carlson's team that hasn't done anything with it. But then I heard like Fox threatened Tucker. Why hasn't he done anything with it now? I guess he still hasn't launched officially his new platform, show, whatever he's going to be doing long term. He hasn't done. So maybe eventually he'll do it. But why is it Kevin McCarthy, knowing Tucker's situation, not released it to way more people? Just go make it all live. Why hasn't he done that? He said he was going to. And that's how he got these votes to be Speaker of the House. But has he done it? Absolutely not. He definitely has not. But why? So it's just like, you shouldn't have trusted him. They thought they could trust him, but... So they also put in a provision that said that only one person has to call for a revote for Speaker of the House. Only one person in the House. So he did give them that concession, but why aren't they using it? Push more on the January 6th, push more on the impeachment. I don't know. Like I've said before, even the Freedom Caucus, I like them, but the Republicans, they just won't push for like any of this type of stuff. I don't know why. They push in theory, but then when it actually push comes to shove, whatever actually happens in, like a tangible situation where you would get McCarthy replaced or something. It never happens. But with that, let's move on to the next story. Kind of something very similar. How will Congress approach a Biden impeachment inquiry? Here's a clip.
Reaction, Fox News legal analyst Greg Jarrett and former acting Attorney General Matt Whitaker. Gentlemen, both, thanks for being here. Greg, let me start with you. Axios just reporting a couple hours ago that Kevin McCarthy says an impeachment inquiry would require a House vote. Now, Nancy Pelosi didn't hold a House vote either time in the first impeachment or the second, which was a snap. What do you make of McCarthy's insistence on a vote, and does it change the process?
Well, it does change the process in a meaningful way. I mean, McCarthy, it seems, is going to be fair. There'll either be a House inquiry committee or a select committee. It'll have both sides on it. You'll recall in the first impeachment of Donald Trump,
he's always fair, but they're not.
Secretive hearings in the basement of the House. Republicans were allowed to attend, but that's about it. They weren't given subpoena power. They couldn't call their own witnesses. They were limited and restricted in cross-examination, so it was essentially a sham. And then they didn't vote out of the committee, but it simply went to the floor where Democrats had the vote. The second impeachment was even worse. They didn't even bother to hold any hearings. It was a snap impeachment. Here, I think McCarthy is determined to be fair.
Matt, you've been at the highest levels of the Justice Department, the highest level of the Justice Department. How common are government officials using, one of which was a .gov account, a couple of them were Gmail accounts, pseudonyms, alternate email addresses to pass information inside government or to others like Hunter Biden?
Yeah, well, it's good to be with you, Pete. And, regular order is always the most important thing. And I know when I took over at the Department of Justice, that was, my main mantra was regular order. And I'm glad to see Kevin's doing that in the House, unlike Nancy Pelosi, who exercised sheer politics, as Greg mentioned. Now, the pseudonym thing is very interesting because, typically, it's known that the principal has one of these accounts so that they can conduct business without, all the spam that's going to come in at the highest level. It's the Gmail accounts, and it's also the multiple accounts that's very concerning in this case. And obviously, we're just scratching the surface right now, Pete, on these multiple thousands of emails that the vice president was sending to Hunter, his son, including information and unknown and not classified, but certainly sensitive information about Ukraine and other topics that Hunter was certainly very interested in for business purposes.
For sure. And Greg, this regular order, as Matt points out, it gives the power to, whether it's a select committee or an impeachment inquiry, to subpoena these records. Are they going to see unredacted these emails? Would they see unredacted bank accounts? Would they have a chance to actually get to the bottom of it, hence a war room being assembled in the White House at this point?
Yeah, I mean, look, yes, they would if they use a select committee. They would have absolute authority to obtain unredacted alias emails.
That's crazy.
5,400 Joe Biden was using over 8 years as vice president.
So that's interesting. It's like even with the inquiry, I didn't know this until watching this now. So even with the inquiry, because I was saying in the last segment, they should impeach him so they can get all this information. But even with an inquiry, they can get it. That's fascinating. I wonder if they can release it, though, without an actual impeachment trial.
More than 2 a day. And so I think in there, you're going to find some pretty astonishing information about how Joe Biden was working with his son in these influence peddling schemes. And, you played a clip of it a moment ago. He laughs it off. Well, bribery is an impeachable offense in the Constitution, and the Burisma scandal alone contains compelling evidence of influence peddling, which the criminal codes describes as bribery. Using your public office to confer a benefit in exchange for money. And Burisma in Ukraine notoriously got a benefit courtesy of Joe, an investigation that suddenly vanished when he demanded the Ukrainian prosecutor be fired. In the meantime, his son gets millions of dollars in return. That is the definition of bribery in the criminal codes.
It's right there in the codes. It's right there in the Constitution, Matt. But if you turn it to other channels right now, it is wall to wall, 18 mugshots, Atlanta, indictments, hearings, cameras in the courtroom, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, as it often is. How much legal jeopardy, though, are the Bidens actually in? Should there be an inquiry that connects the dots that so far kind of cable news and a few House committees have had to connect? I mean, to what Greg said, I mean, this strikes to the heart of what it means to be the president, what it means to hold classified information, to use your influence. How far would this go?
Well, it can go a long way, and it's going to be the deliberate drip, drip, drip of a impeachment inquiry that is ultimately going to do the significant damage to Joe Biden and his presidency. Because if you remember, in Watergate, it took a long time for that case to build, and a lot of shoes had to drop. And I think in this case, in particular, as Greg points out, there's a prima facie case right now for bribery. And as they build this impeachment inquiry brick by brick, I think the American people are going to learn a lot more about what Joe Biden was doing as vice president and how involved his son Hunter was as the bag man and as the person negotiating these deals so that the whole family could be enriched and their lifestyle could accelerate well beyond, the 40 years of public service that Joe's lifestyle had provided to that point.
Pay very close attention to when rank and file Democrats in the House or the Senate start to pay attention and say this is something worth looking at because there's enough smoke. Greg and Matt, thanks for breaking it down.
Hey, I doubt that'll happen unless they're really scared. If it gets really bad, I guess, maybe the Democrats will actually come out, some of them, and say, okay, well, I don't know. AOC, actually, I just covered this yesterday, right? So she was lashing out at Biden over the border crisis. So really, I think really that is a good point. If AOC just turns on Biden completely, she's lashing out at him now about the border crisis. She was, if you don't recall, under Trump, she was there doing all those photo shoots, basically photo ops by the border with oh, it's so bad and everything, and she misrepresented everything. So now she's saying the border's really bad and say it's so bad and everything. And saying it's a crisis, yeah, she's even going at Biden. So really, if it gets so bad, even she might just go and turn. And if she turns, other people on the squad will probably turn. And if they turn, the other people will turn. Yeah, it will be really interesting to see. So I guess I could see that. But at first, when he first said it, I was like, my gut reaction, instant reaction was just no. Democrats don't even care about what Biden did and everything. But I don't know. They're starting to get sick of him because their constituents are just sick of him. He's booed in Maui when he went there. He went to Lake Tahoe on vacation right after. A few days after that, he was doing a press event, or not a press event, but he was like on the street. He went and reporters were there and he was talking to him. People in the background were just booing him like crazy. It's like people, even like people on the left, everyone's just turning on Biden. He's the worst president probably of my lifetime. People say he's the worst president in history. I don't know, Woodrow Wilson, all the stuff he did, FDR basically during World War II went insane and just shut down factories overnight and had all these stamp books for all these books that had every price on it that you had to pay for. They dictated all the all the prices for all popular items. So FDR, people don't realize that. And then FDR with Social Security, minimum wage, all this terrible stuff. And then you got Lyndon Johnson. Yeah, so, but Joe Biden is up there. He's definitely up there on that Mount Rushmore of terrible presidents. That's for sure. He needs to get added to that. But I don't know if he's the worst one. But again, he's up there. And I bet you it's looking more and more like the left is turning on him. So even the left is realizing how bad of a president he is. But with that, let's move on to the next story. This is really interesting. 40% of United States adults think the apocalypse is near. Here's a clip.
So we got this story from Pew Research. It's almost a year old. It says about 4 in 10 U.S. adults believe humanity is living in the end times. Periods of catastrophe and anxiety.
Question, do you think that if you're watching? Let me know in the comments below, because I personally do not think we're living in the end times. But let's hear what they have to say.
The pandemic have historically led some people to anticipate the destruction of the world as we know it. The end times is near. Take a look at this.
As we know it. Okay, well, the petrodollar going away and stuff like that. But what does as we know it mean? People just think a lot of this stuff, they think of it way different than me. For me, if like the government collapsed, the federal government collapsed and the dollar collapsed, so we moved back to like gold, silver, something like that, I don't think that's the end of times at all. I think that would be a plus, right? But a lot of people might see it that way. So when they're answering, but let's get into more of the details.
Protestants in evangelical and historically black traditions especially likely to believe humanity is living in the end of times. Among Christians, 49% say no, 47 yes. Protestants, 55 yes. Evangelical, 63 yes. Historically black, 76% say yes. Interestingly, Catholics, 70% say no. And among the black population, 68% say yes. Now, among all U.S. adults, 58% say no, 39% say
Very
yes.
Interesting.
But you do the math on the bell curve.
It's crazy. It's like half and half.
Where you think
it's wild.
The people who are right are going to end up.
How many people they polled for this? Is that on there?
I'm curious to
let's see.
Specifics of that.
They do normally say.
These are really interesting numbers.
Sometimes it's like 1,300. It's really disappointing.
Exactly. You're like, we polled 270 people and extrapolated it to 300 million.
Oh, look at this. A slight majority of Americans believe Jesus will return to Earth one day.
Well, the Christ energy is due for a return. I don't know if it has anything to do with Jesus Christ or not.
It doesn't have the immediate number right up at top, and I'm not seeing...
I don't know what he means by that at all.
What happens when people get desperate enough, when the cycle calls for it, someone like that will rise up and speak. And it's like it comes out of you. It's not like... You're not Jesus.
10,156 U.S. adults. That's a lot.
That's a lot for a poll.
That is a massive sample
size. It is,
size.
but I'm curious how they got them, though. I'd like to know that, too. How did they contact these people? Yeah, very interesting. Like I've said in other videos, the people that will answer this type of stuff it's all skewed because if someone asks me, if someone calls me and is like, hey, can you take a survey? Hell no. It's like, do I get paid for it? No, it's just a quick 2 minute. No, definitely not. I used to take surveys like 15 years ago for extra money. And they would always say 15-minute survey and you get paid $7. I'm like, okay, cool. I can make like $20 an hour, right? Even 28 if it's actually 15 minutes. Those things would take almost an hour. So you're getting paid like $7 an hour to take these, and they're grueling, and they ask the same question a million times in different ways. They ask every question, and then they ask how much you rate every one of those questions, strongly to agree to last to 10. So it's just like nowadays, I'm not doing that. But I would be someone like, no, No, I definitely don't think that. So the people that do answer this stuff probably do kind of skew to a little bit, on the crazy side, If they're actually going to just stop and just take their time to tell someone their opinion, they must be like really passionate about it. Like, yeah, we're at the end of times. This is insanity. So then they're going to want to tell someone about it, to make their voices heard. But someone like me that's just like, I don't think so. I mean, it's turmoil for sure. End of times. No, I definitely don't think so. But who's going to be more likely to answer that? Someone that actually thinks it's going to be the end of times, and they'll have the more time for it probably. Someone that's going to think that than someone like me who's very busy with my YouTube channel and stuff. And I'll just tell you guys directly. I don't need to go tell a poll what I think, So, and that's probably generally speaking, probably true for everyone, So these polls, but it's interesting, Let's see what these guys have to say about it.
End of time. I don't think that everything is about to end, but I think we're at the end of a cycle. Like the internet has created the beginning of a new cycle, so we are now facing the end of the old.
Yeah, like that
That's
song.
not what they mean.
It's the dawning of the age of Aquarius,
which is I think the year 2350 or something. So we're coming up on the dawn of Aquarius right now.
And
there you go.
You want to know something the 2012 apocalypse, do you know that the actual word for the apocalypse is like it's truth coming to light. It's an awakening. It's not like the sky's on fire. It's actually about things coming to knowledge. And what's wild is
if we're talking about that.
With a revelation, because it reveals its truth coming to light. Yeah.
Right.
Anyways, just want to say that.
Yeah. It's wild. And do you guys want to hear some other scripture that talks about potential pole shift? So this is wild. I've been going down this rabbit hole. And so, again, like I was saying, I've been studying pole shifts. And, as the science shows geomagnetic pole shifts, it's not that the Earth flips upside down. It's just that the interior of the core transitions and can cause effects on Earth. But I am not convinced that there isn't a tumble. And so listen to this scripture, Joshua 10:13. It says, "So the sun stood still and the moon stopped till the nation avenged itself on its enemies, as it's written in the book of Joshar. The sun stopped in the middle of the sky and delayed going down about a full day." What? And let me do one more. And this is from the Quran, book 48. "He who seeks repentance from the Lord, or Allah, before the rising of the sun from the west, before the day of the resurrection, Allah turns him to his mercy." So it talks about the day where the sun rises in the west. Now, just to clarify, the actual, it's believed that just has to do with when you pass away, you go into the west. So it's not talking about the earth. It is, what I'm trying to say is that I know that the other side will say that's not a correct translation for it. But when I see that prior scripture from the Bible talking about the sun and the moon standing still, and then I see this, it would mirror if there was a pole shift where the Earth actually did a tilt.
The Bible also says, isn't it like the Earth got created before the Earth and the sun got created, or the Earth got created, then God created the sun and then created the moon. So it's like, I don't know if this stuff is supposed to be interpreted literally, though.
Some portion degree. So I'm just sharing this stuff because someone wrote this down a few thousand years ago. I thought it was important to preserve it. I might not have the correct translation. I'd love to see what the live chat says. Just share.
Well, so this is interesting. Apocalypse to us in colloquial English means end of the world, end of days. The literal translation is revelation. Quite literally comes from the Latin Church revelation.
And
it's really interesting.
2012 timeframe with the iPhone, like I know the iPhone was born, 2008? But when you look at like the period of time when most everyone started getting a smartphone in their hands.
Yeah, market saturation. Yeah, I talk about
the mark of the
all the time. I talk about that 2012 because the Mayans said it was the end of an era and the beginning of a new age starting. And at the beginning of that new age, basically like everyone started having that smartphone and everyone was connected to the internet and everyone used Facebook every single day as opposed to being at their house. And, look where we are now, I guess.
I think the Aquarius, the age of Aquarius is due to begin about 2600 CE, which is what is CE the same thing as AD?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Common Era.
Common Era. They stopped doing AD because AD was religious.
It's very offensive. Very offensive.
BCE before Common Era.
It all makes sense, and I wonder how much
it
of
is BCE.
Yeah, BCE before Common Era and Common Era, and it's all it's all the same thing as the Roman or what is Greco-Roman is what they would call it, but it's just new names so that way it doesn't offend atheists. Or
AD means Anno Domini, the year of our Lord.
Yep.
And they used to actually say 1653, the year of our Lord. Mm-hmm. Crazy.
Oh, wow.
And now they say Common Era. Screw that.
I wonder how much
we
of
say
this...
BC and AD here.
Like,
we're not...
Think about how ridiculous it is that they canceled time. Like 2000 BC, it's like, so that doesn't count. I'm stealing this joke from Louis C.K., but he made that joke. It's like, so 2,500 years ago was negative time. Sorry, Ian, what were you going to say?
Well, know how much of this is like self-fulfilling prophecy style, or if we're actually in the apocalypse. If it, like, do you believe that the Bible, I mean, you strike me more as an archaeologist than anything, but like, do you believe, I don't know if you have to go to school to become a technical archaeologist. Is that the way it works?
Let me just say, I'm not an archaeologist. I am a independent researcher. I went to school for business and communications, religious studies. I am just somebody that I go down these rabbit holes and I look at what they say on the so-called mainstream side.
I've actually been watching this guy for like, this is Timcast, and I've been watching him since I think 2018. I think, and I've been watching Jimmy since I think 2016. So it's cool he was on this show actually.
Fringe says I look at what the conspiracy theories.
No, it was 2017. I started watching Jimmy, and I think 2018 or 2019 I started watching Tim Pool.
Theorists say. And I kind of just think for myself.
I wonder if the Bible actually portended what the future, or if we're just kind of looking at it and like making it fulfilling the prophecy subconsciously.
Yeah. Or it could be, well, that's an excellent question. And sometimes it makes me wonder that us humans, when I look at the works of the philosophers of old, Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, and you look at, if you just sit down and read their works, I'm like, they literally have the human condition down to a T. So I speculate that it's just the way we are. And over time, it's going to it just repeats itself. And that you have the tyrants, you have these weirdos that just want to control everybody else. And it's just the same system goes on and on again, because that is the way the human brain is wired. Like, everyone at this table might not want to be king of the universe, but unfortunately, there are people that really get off on that. Yep. And I don't know why. It's not going to bring them any happiness, but this is just seemingly the way it just keeps going.
That's what they want to do.
I don't know.
It's like how I want to make a big YouTube channel, to get my, my views out there and everything and inform people. Yeah, some people their goal is to get power over people, and it's different careers. It's kind of how it is. But those careers are like bad. It's like how politicians, they want to go and become politicians and have power over everybody forever. It's like Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, Feinstein, Mitch McConnell's falling apart. All these people are so bad. Their health is so declined. It is outrageous. And they still can't. They just can't let go of it. Most people, no matter what their career is, like, I like to use MMA as an example. You go and you fight, and then when you're 42, 43, you just understand the time is over, and you go move on to bigger and better things, Maybe not bigger, but probably better, because you're not getting punched in the face all the time, right? But they understand when it's time to go. People in politics, nowadays especially, they just cannot admit, okay, it's time to go. And people could say, like Ronald Reagan, he was really old too, but he lived for another 10, 15 years-ish after he died. It seems like Biden and Feinstein and these guys, they're just such poor health. I don't think they're going to make it 10 to 15 years. Like I've said in other videos, go spend time with your family and everything, but in politics, it's weird. They just won't retire.
Do you see like a way to change it?
Awakening. I think that... I would say probably psychedelics. I've had some moments where I've had, like it gives you that, it's about the ego death. You got to
all right, hippie, easy there. No, I'm just
kidding. But like, honestly, like I think that maybe this is how it's supposed to work. Like I am a believer that we are part of something very special. I believe in intelligent design. I think that this might be this could be a big dream for all we know. I don't know. I think that maybe this is, yeah. And so simulation would imply, you don't have to call it God, but whatever it is, creator. And so I'm like, if that's the case, maybe this is a test. Maybe this is supposed to be how it goes.
I have a problem with the simulation theory, and the simulation theory is good.
Entertainment.
Yeah, this is a fun time, right? It's better than nothing, right?
Best. Not for some people, dude.
The problem with the simulation theory is it only moves the goal further away. It doesn't answer any questions.
The only reason why, in my opinion, why the simulation thing is a thing is because of video games. People mimicked, and then The Matrix, that movie also. But it's like video games mimic real life. And then people just like, oh, it's like a simulation. Look at how easily you could put it into a video game. That's where it came from. But the only reason why that's the case is because people like real life, but they want to alter it slightly. Have your human being self, right? But then alter it slightly. Like, okay, like I'm a guy in Lord of the Rings now. I'm Red Dead Redemption, right? I'm a guy in the West. So then it just starts seeming like, oh, maybe this is just a video game. But I think didn't come especially after the Matrix, and then after all these awesome video games, it didn't come to like popularity until all this stuff happened. So I think that's why the simulation thing's a thing. The Matrix, and then if you look at video games are so good. It's like, oh, we could just be in a video game, but that's just because video games mimic life. So yeah. But let's hear what else they have to say.
Questions. All it does is say, okay, well, our reality is a simulation. That means that there's another reality outside of ours.
Yeah,
what made that?
However, it may be that in base reality, it's not even a question; it's known.
Possible.
I mean, that's the same thing. That's same thing with God, and people say that. So God created all of us, and that the Christian and Catholic and all these religions, really, right? God created us. They created the earth. They created the moon. They created all of this, everything that we see. But then what created God? So you always have that dilemma.
And so the simulation's purpose could be
That's why. Sorry to keep cutting him off, but that's why I'm agnostic. And I don't try to go for religion. And people are like, so I've had people like, oh, that's just because you don't want to choose or you don't want to argue or something. It's like, no, I just don't think it's possible to know. So I mean, like, to each your own. If you believe in God and you think there's a purpose and everything, more power to you. I'm not trying to argue it. I'm just saying for like me personally, I'm just like, there's no way to know. So just try to be a good person, help people out, and if there is a God, even if I don't believe in Jesus or whatever, hopefully that God will be just enough to be like, okay, well, at least he was a good person. Because for me, I can't know. So for me to devote all of this effort to these certain things, I mean, again, I'm not criticizing anybody. If that's what you want to do, more power to you, to each their own. But that's for me, like, I'm just like, how can you know? Again, like, who created the simulation? Who created them if they created the simulation? Who created God if he created us? That type of stuff just blows my mind, and it gives me a lot of anxiety. And so it's just like, you can't know anyway, so why get anxious about it? And why take a side? I mean, for people that are like Christian, I get it. The Bible says you have to accept Jesus Christ to get into heaven. I get it. And more power to you. Accept Jesus Christ. I'm not trying to convince you otherwise. Awesome. And then you feel like you have somebody with you all the time. I get being a Christian. Just for me, my brain just, it goes crazy. It's just like, I don't know. I don't know. And we could get into that in other videos about religion and stuff, which I have. But yeah, my point is just like, who knows what it is, because who created the creator? And it's just blows my mind, makes me anxious. So I'm just like, I don't really try to think about it that much unless like conversations like this, right? But generally speaking, I'm just like, who knows? Why think about it? Just go for your work and just be a good person. And then if there is a life after death, hopefully the person, if there is a decision made like the Christian Bible says, hopefully the God and whatever, St. Peter's, right? Like, we'll be like, okay, well, at least you're a good person, and you were just questioning, to question, because the Bible does say man will deceive you, and then man technically wrote the Bible, right? Except for, they say it was the word of God and everything, but yeah, I trust in the Bible in that way. The man's going to deceive you, and some of the stuff in the Bible is like, okay, it seems like some stuff that, the God can do stuff, but then man can't. But, again, that's another video for another time. What else do they have?
In life be like without knowing? So imagine this. Imagine we live in a simulation that was created quite literally to test the faith of people who aren't given definitive proof but are told to believe. Whereas in base reality, they quite literally have Jesus like come down and be like, hey, everybody, here's the latest update from God. And they're like, oh, okay.
It could be, this could be a big test just like that. I think it'd be smart for people. I like the way Dr. Jordan Peterson puts it, that believe in something, even if it doesn't even exist, you're better off. And I think that people should operate as if they're being, this will sound crazy to some people, but you should live your life like you're on the world stage, that the cosmos are watching and that what you do matters. And that after your life, maybe there's a judgment, maybe there isn't.
That's what I was saying.
But I assure you that your life and the whole world would be a lot better if you operated that way.
Yeah. Act like that. I think that Peterson is on something when he says you have to act like everything you do matters. Because if the things that you don't matter, what's your point of doing them? Like, what's the reason for you to get out of bed? What's the reason for you to do anything if the things you don't do actually don't matter? And if they don't matter, then and if you can't find a reason, that's where you find nihilism. That's where you find hopelessness.
It's interesting to me nihilism even exists because everything matters. Let's say there's no life after death and it's the atheist thing, right? There's just nothing. It still all matters. It's everything you do on the day-to-day. You're affecting all these people that are going to be here after you. That doesn't that matter? It's just like you're like trying to help people. Even if it's this, we each only get this one experience. That's, to me, even like reincarnation, that even to me is more important for me personally. It's just like, if we only have all this one experience together, we should all have the best experience possible. So to me, that just matters tremendously.
That's why you find depression. That's where you find all these negative things, because people
just have to look at it in a different way.
I think that, and this is just my personal opinion, but I think that religion is a psychological phenomenon that cannot be separated from human beings, which is why the government tends to supplant organized religions in atheist or agnostic societies, because human beings don't get the option of not having gods. You can as an individual not have one, but your society is going to orient itself towards something.
Yeah, he's probably
whether
right.
it be a god or an ideal or whatever. And if what's your society?
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like I was just saying, my idea, as long as you just try to be a good person, whether there's God or not, if you have that type of religion, I mean, you could call what my belief is a religion. I don't mind that. But you have to have that moral framework. If you just think, okay, everything doesn't matter, you could just go do whatever, and what does it matter? What does it matter? That is kind of like a screw loose type thing. That's not normal. People, even if they're not religious, donate to charity because it makes them feel good. People like to help people, generally speaking. That's how people operate. People are like, oh, you have to be selfless. No one is selfless. You can't be. If you're out there helping people, it's because you like to help people. That's not selfless. You're helping people, which is awesome. There's like a good thing about it. But I'm just saying, like, that's not actually selfless because you're feeling good about it. If you hated helping people and you're still doing it, well, I guess more power to you, but you probably have something wrong with you if you hate helping people.
Society is organizing itself in pointing itself towards is not productive for humans. If it's anti-human, you destroy your society. And we've seen multiple societies in endless societies in human history be completely wiped off the earth. There's plenty of societies and civilizations that have gone the way of the dodo bird, and that's likely because they have their society organized improperly.
Thanks for watching this clip from the...
I didn't expect that to end right there. But yeah, very interesting conversation. I'm glad I covered this because it kind of made me think of stuff. It's really cool doing this job because like just sitting here reacting to this and giving my 2 cents, right? It's just like, oh, interesting. When I have time, because normally, like most people would, watch this video or like watch that Timcast clip, and they would be like, okay, and they think about certain things. When I have to like respond to it, it's really interesting. It kind of makes your brain a little bit more active. And then it's like, oh, interesting. There's this and this and this, like I've talked about throughout the clip, or this segment, I should say. Yeah, very interesting stuff. And I don't know, but yeah, I would agree with them. I don't know what the story's like the end of times, right? Yeah, 40%. I don't think it's the end of times, but I could see why people think that. It is a rough time. But people have thought this throughout history. They think that all the time. After 9/11, I remember some like homeless people on the side of the road. End of times. 2012 was the same way. So that's just kind of how it goes. Everyone always thinks they're at that point in the Bible and everything. But yeah, like to touch on what they were just saying at the end, have a moral framework, even if you're not religious. Have a moral framework. Try to help people. Generally speaking, helping people, even if it's just your loved ones and you're selfish about your family, at least try to help them. It feels good, when you do a favor for someone and help someone out and make their lives better. And that, even if you're not religious or something, I doubt anyone I'm watching, I'm actually helping them because I'm probably preaching to the choir. But if someone did get this far in this video and is watching this, that is kind of like a nihilist. It's just like, get some type of purpose like that and just try to help people. Even if you don't think God is real, it matters because people matter in your lives and they're going to be here after you. So whatever you do for them now, it's going to be great for them in the future. So just be a good person, no matter what you believe. Be awesome, and no matter what, you'll help people out and you'll feel good about it. So even if you're selfish about it, you're gonna feel good helping a bunch of people out. At least most people. If you're just a psycho, probably maybe not. But I'm talking about the 99% of people. It's just it's fun to help people, make people more informed. So I love this job so much doing this. I can report on this stuff, give my 2 cents, give my take, and then it's like, oh, okay, I never thought about it like that. And then what's cool is you can comment or leave a message in the chat, and then you could tell me your 2 cents, right? And there's like, oh, I never thought about that. And then that's going to make everyone feel good. Then you just help people that, like my viewers, them here having heard that. Yeah, it's awesome. But end of times, to summarize, like, no, I don't think so. I can see what they're saying, though. It's like the time, like 2012, the Mayan calendar, and then it's like, it's not like doomsday, but it's an end of like an era. If you want to say that, I could definitely agree with that. End of an era. The technological revolutions that we're going to have going forward, it's going to make like the internet look like fire, right? It's going to be insane. So if you're thinking of it that way, sure, but I don't think these people getting polled are thinking that. I just think they just think the economy's bad. There's so much conflict in the world and in the country. There's like, okay, this is probably just, this is what the Bible's been talking about. But me personally, I don't think so. I think we'll get through it just because of how awesome people are in general. And yeah. But with that, let's move on to the next story. That's like the same thing. Biblical predictions may be coming true. Here's a clip.
I want to ask you.
And you'd say Britain is, but the king's the mockery.
No, the U.S. is.
So I want to ask you, Jimmy. There's a conspiracy theory that powerful interests around the world are manufacturing the end of days to force the return of Jesus. Have you ever heard this?
I have not.
The idea is they're trying to implement the things described in the Bible so that they make the prophecy come true intentionally.
Oh, it gives me chills.
Yeah.
That's one of the if you talk to people that really hate Christians and they want to call people Nazis and stuff, tend to be on the left. They say that Christians and Republicans and stuff, they are pro-Israel because they want to kick the Jews out. The whole reason that Christians are pro-Israel is because they want to get rid of the Jews and they need to have a place where they can send the Jews. Yeah. That's what the left thinks of. That's what they say, because everything to them boils down to, if you're not us, you're a Nazi.
But so the general idea is it's true. All of these things that we're seeing with terms of the Great Reset, you will own nothing, you'll be happy, the mark of the beast, like the way the internet is making people, as you described in that, when you read that Bible quote, is being done by plan. That's the conspiracy theory.
All right, and real quick, when you say mark of the beast, I have another verse. It says that if you will not be able to trade in the marketplace unless you take the mark of the beast. Are you familiar with this? So I'm like,
that's the mark of the beast.
CBDC. I'm like, oh my god, right? It's like, is that not what it would be? Because like you're going to pay with this digital currency.
Everyone will have to have the app to scan, otherwise you can't buy, sell, or trade.
And this is totally coming. Like, is it? Does anyone here at this table suspect that that's not happening? Isn't this exactly what?
Yeah. They want that to happen, but is that you think that's actually really going to happen? The majority of people, banks, mortgages and stuff, it's crazy and it's scary, and I hope it doesn't come to fruition. But me trading with my friends, I'll just go use any other type of thing that we all like and can use for currency. You know what I mean? So why would I use that for everything?
They are saying they.
Yeah, that is, I think,
who
central currency.
Who is they, though?
It's the World Economic Forum, which loves you. And by the way, there's no evidence they don't love you. There is no evidence. There's no evidence Bill Gates doesn't love you. There's no evidence Klaus Schwab doesn't love you. There is no evidence. You know, I'm quoting, like, there's no evidence, there is no evidence, like with the elections and stuff. Just keep saying it. There's no evidence. There's no evidence.
I love how Bill Gates is constantly going like, there's just too many humans and we got to do something about it and make less of them.
Yeah.
And then everyone's like, that's a conspiracy theory. It's like dudes on stage at TED saying it.
Giggling about it.
Says it.
You mentioned psychedelics. psychedelics might help people overcome this pattern and create a new pattern. I found that does help me personally create new patterns in my own thought processes. But like, it's something about when you said like ego death that made me think about flow state. And this state that scientists have been studying fervently in recent times, where you quiet your frontal lobe, which is where your ego, your personality, your thoughts of me, I, it's in your frontal lobe. When you cool that down and don't have activity up there, you go into this flow state where, and if you're creative, you understand flow state. Probably you've probably experienced it at some point in your life, I'm sure of it. And when you're in that state, you kind of have control, not control of reality, but you control it in a different way. You interact with reality in a way where you're not like, it's not happening around you. You are it.
Right. I'm convinced that this is like when people say like they debate about choice, like what's his face? What's that guy that talks about free will? What's his name? He's made a big case for it. Joe Rogan
Dawkins?
No. You see him around on the internet all the time. People look in the comments, talk about the guy who talks about free will. You'll know his name.
Sam Harris.
Bingo. Yeah. Sam Harris. And I'm like, this is what debunks that. I don't believe that for a second. In fact, I think that it's extremely dangerous to make people think they don't have a choice. That's a lie. That's the devil. You always have a choice.
I see.
But
I was confused. I thought the other
and the
opposite.
thing is
I'm
that
not familiar with Sam
I totally
Harris, so
understand his argument that if you're born in a certain situation and raised a certain way, you can react with the reptilian brain so quickly where it's like you kind of didn't have a choice. But what you just described, I believe, is the way around that, which is that to take an objective step back and with that mitigating ego, now you realize you do have a choice and you don't have to act impulsively and you can actually choose to think. I think that telling people they don't have a choice is one of the most dangerous things. I think it's the big scam.
Talking about free will, and I guess you would say what's free will and determinism, I think is the two opposites. Well, I think that there is a form of determinism in that we're in this magnetic field being moved along magnetically with God, and they say, are you with God? Because you're moving with it. But then you have the
fact that there's drug addicts that get off of drugs shows there's a choice. You know what I mean? Because some people will be messed up for a very long time, for years and years and years, and then they choose to get off of it. I mean, like, that just proves there's a choice. You can just keep doing that or keep doing that. The argument of not having a choice is very, very, very interesting to me.
Able to bend away from that and kind of step away from God's plan and create your own will and your own plan. And sometimes that can actually get God to go along with you and the rest of humanity to kind of change course a little bit. And you've kind of recalibrated determinism for the entire species or all of reality.
I got to push back on the magnetism portion of it. Because if you were to say like the ether or something, or this like intrinsic field or something, that might resonate more.
Yeah, subatomic spin.
But what you're saying is physics buzzwords to represent something that we can't understand.
Then I'll stop using the word magnetism. It's too big. Magnetism's too big. It's a much smaller process.
What about gravity?
No, but
which I think is a form of magnetism.
No, but my issue with this is like, we of small and limited mind have identified one fundamental force, therefore we will describe God as that. And that's like, that's just, I think, a bad idea. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's more about the way the universe moves.
Give it its own word if you have to. This like
spin?
Unknowing. No, because spin is also a very quantifiable and tangible scientific thing that we can study and replicate.
You have to call it.
If you're trying to say that there's some kind of God field that unites and bonds people to God, and it's beyond our understanding. Then I'm like, right. Some kind of field of energy.
Like the Higgs field?
No,
field
you're doing it again. You're doing it again.
You're never going to be able to see it because it's always going to be smaller than what you can currently see.
But it's not size. The point that he's making is these are all phenomena. You talk about phenomenon that we can study and that we're familiar with. You talk about vibrations a lot. Vibrations are kinetic energy. We understand kinetic energy. You talk about electromagnetism. Electromagnetism is one of the four fundamental forces of the universe. We understand that pretty well. The thing we don't really understand is gravity. So fair enough, we don't know where gravity comes from. But the strong force and the weak, but it's
space-time.
It's less understood than the strong force and the weak.
It's a pushing force.
Right. Actually, it's not. It's
gravity's a pushing force. It's not pulling.
It bends space. It's not a pushing force.
It is pushing. Yeah, you're being pushed towards Earth. Which is
no. He's right. He's right.
You're traveling through a straight line through space, through curved space. Space itself is bent by massive objects.
I don't know. How magnetism shaped by gravity, we don't know. But if you like centrifugal force, we understand gravity. If you spin something, it sticks to it. and it kind of makes sense because how fast it's going, it's like pushing into itself because it's going the opposite. You know what I mean? It's like spinning. So yeah, it's like the effect beforehand, right? So it's just like it's going and it was there and now it's here. And then because of that, that's gravity. Why it affects space and time, yeah, that's weird, but that could be magnetism because generally with gravity, it creates a magnetic field. Probably again because you're rotating it, and and that's rotating like a metal, generally like a metal core, big massive core. So that would create magnetism. So maybe magnetism is what does it, and it's not even gravity because gravity makes way more. Magnetism is really weird, but we don't even really know all this stuff. That's what I tell people. It's just like black holes or Joe Rogan just tweeted recently about how the universe, new study shows that the universe is twice as old as we thought. They were saying it's 13 billion years. Now they think it's 27 billion years, probably because of the James Webb telescope. That's what I'm assuming. So we don't know this stuff. It's really fascinating to question, but it's like, we don't really know.
Objects. So that's why like a black hole, you can't get out because the curvature of space is so much that you can't travel fast enough to get out of it. You can the speed of light is
and that thing's probably spinning in the center. It's probably why it's so spinning so fast and there's so much mass in that center, so light can't even get out. That's what I think, but I don't know. I'm no scientist. But let's get back to the clip.
Faster or is slower than the speed you need to go to get out of that curvature. Mass makes the field that we exist in, the 3 dimensions, up, down, left, right, forward, back. Mass makes the field we exist in curve, bend. That's what gravity is. But the strong force, the force that keeps subatomic particles together, the weak force, and the electromagnetic force, these are things that we understand really well. So if you're talking about a new force or a force that's unrelated to these, that's fine. But when you use forces that we can study and that have been studied for decades and decades and decades and stuff, you tend to miss you're not making the connection that you're trying to make. You know what I mean? Because you're using things that we can relate to already, that we have experience with and can test and stuff like that. Is I think what Tim's trying to say.
Yeah, but basically it's like, imagine if an indigenous tribe of people were like, the sun is God and we're all connected by the warmth of the sun. It's like, we know that's not true. We know the sunlight is an electromagnetic frequency that is coming from this gigantic fusion reaction. And so if you're trying to say that there is an energy, a spiritual energy we don't understand, call it that. But saying magnetism is like me saying this clicker remote control is what connects us to God. It's like, no, that's one small thing we've identified.
Maybe it's like the way, see this word again, vibration. We don't have the tools to measure this stuff, but something's cracking, like photons are appearing out of the
every time you say vibration or Higgs or whatever, all you're doing is like picking up a rock that we found and claiming that's God.
All I can do is talk about bosons and fermions, the subatomic spin right now. We don't have the tools to see smaller than that.
But do you? So you can talk about them, but do you know why you're talking about them? Because do you know do you understand the things that you're talking about?
The way they're spinning is determining whether or not they become protons or neutrons or electrons, and it also determines where they're going to appear in reality. And like when we look at reality, we think of it as moving across, but it's actually appearing in place. Appearing in place consistently in a new position over and over and over again. You're not actually moving. You're appearing. You're constantly appearing in place in a new position.
This guy's kind of nuts.
I think you can appear. You can change the way you appear.
He's got more than just positionally psychedelics, if you ask me.
But the way is a vague term. I don't.
Do you want to hear a mind F to go along with talking about the sun and God real quick? And we're talking about all this the subatomic particles. So something like 94% or it could be 96% of all elements in existence emit from the sun. Give that a Google.
Mm-hmm. Wait,
come from the sun.
Something like over 94% is what I recall of all elements in existence emit from the sun.
Yeah,
Google it.
Yeah,
but you've got to clarify what that means. You mean that
it is stardust? We are made
right.
Stardust.
Fusion reactions within stars create elements.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Not the sun. The sun is a microscopic component of reality.
The sun is one of many generators that are producing up to 94% of all matter.
Apparently, all matter that exists came is constantly being emitted from suns and exploded supernovas around the cosmos.
But there's 6% of it that's not coming from stars.
That might not even be the case. Maybe it is, and they don't realize it. But I know that these elements also come from deep sea heat vents. You know what I'm talking about, like superheated vents.
Google it.
They're finding that.
He's like, Google it. Yeah, believe me. If you don't believe me, it's just like, of course it does. It's like if all of the known elements, you'd think all of them would be part of the sun. If we know about them here on Earth, they would be emitting. They'd be in the sun too, wouldn't they?
Blocks of life are being emitted from that, which is unbelievable because we're talking about superheated, we're talking about molten rock. It's being emitted out of that. So like when you think about the fact that we are quite literally made of stardust by definition, and the fact that we're now sitting...
Yeah, people say that, or it's just like the stars are made out of everything that, is out there, and then also, stars have it in them.
Here talking about it is one of the biggest mind F's for me, because I'm like, what is this kind of creation? To me, that's evidence of intelligent design. And not everyone listening is going to like that, but I'm like, that's kind of weird. The fact that I can conscientiously choose to even discuss it and talk about it and present it is like the biggest, that one really gets me.
Here's the sad reality around creationism, intelligent design, whether it's secular, simulation, or religious. When you play a video game, the video game might have stars in the sky, but there ain't nothing up there. It's just a picture. Mm-hmm. And if we are in a simulation, if we are in a created universe for our experience, then space is just pictures. It ain't nothing up there. It's all down here.
But
and
we
all
can
alone.
go up there.
Just
we
us.
Went up there.
Do it for ourselves.
Or at least that's all we can observe. Like I like to use the analogy of like an ant. So ants are very sophisticated, and you drive by hundreds or thousands of anthills every day, and they have absolutely no concept whatsoever that there is somebody inside, or even of a vehicle itself, but somebody's in it going from to their job. It's like beyond their even realm of comprehension. So maybe that's like this for us humans.
Comprehension,
right?
For sure,
right?
Our brains are so limited relative to potential.
So this is great. This is one of the answers to Fermi's paradox. For those that aren't familiar, I assume most of you are. It's if the universe is so big and aliens exist, why have we not discovered intelligent alien life? It could be that we are ants next to a superhighway that we can't comprehend, and we look up at the stars going, wow, I wonder what that does. Meanwhile, super advanced species, which are well beyond human comprehension, are zipping around multiple different dimensions and times, and just like, they don't care about us in much the same way that we don't care about ants.
Yeah. I realized I actually tweeted this out, when we master the communication we can't hear, the aliens will come. There's
what does that mean?
A body language. When you can communicate with your thoughts, once the human race masters that ability, I think.
Telepathy?
Yeah. Just think words at people instead of saying them. You communicate with your body language that way.
Do that right now to me and then see if I can get it.
This is how you do it.
Nothing, man. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm trying. I don't know.
But what happens when you think of somebody and they call? You guys have had some pretty spectacular synchronicities.
We've all had those moments where you grab your phone and then right when you press like wake up, you answer the phone call at the exact moment and it's the person you wanted to call.
Isn't that wild, right? What is that? Is it just coincidence?
Look,
no, I don't think.
Hold on. Back in the day when we had landlines, this happened to me maybe 3 or 4 times in my life. I walk up to my phone to call my friend. I pick the phone up and there's no dial tone. And I'm like, what's going on? Then I hear some noise like, hello? And then my friend goes, hello? And then I'm like, who it? Rick? And he's like, oh yeah, I just called. Oh, wow, I just called you. And I'm like, whoa, wait, what?
Jaw dropping.
I picked up the phone to call you right when he dialed the number. And then
that is weird, but maybe there's something like a time thing. Like you usually hang out at 2 o'clock. I'm not saying the synchronicities and stuff are definitely weird, but I'm just saying like, yeah, maybe. Or maybe it is just a coincidence. Maybe both of you guys just have something on your mind and you want to go skate because Tim's a skater and they generally skate around sunset, and then they both hit each other up at the same time.
And it never rang. Mm-hmm. He dialed the number and I was instantly there on the phone.
Yeah, that's weird.
And he's like, huh? And for me,
weird.
I picked my phone up and he's already on the phone. I'm like, what just happened?
And the crazy ones is when it's somebody you hadn't talked to in a long time. Maybe it's months, maybe it's a couple years, and all of a sudden, like you get like an email weird. Or you get like a DM or a phone call or a text. Like, what's that about? What are the odds? Sometimes I wonder, like I've had these moments where I'm like, this goes beyond the realm of like coincidence. And sometimes it's on a day where something had happened that reminded me of them, or I heard that song, because like songs are an interesting way of taking you back into.
Yeah, but they might have reminded that same thing might have reminded them. But why would they see the song? I guess. But his point about like the day reminded you of them, the day probably reminded them of you at the same time.
Like I could hear a song on the radio, like, oh, I was in the 7th grade. I remember this because I was doing this with these buddies. You know what I'm talking about? And so I'm like, sometimes when things happen like that, it makes me like a believer. I'm like, there's, I don't know how we're all connected, whether it's one consciousness or what, but sometimes I think like there's way more going on beyond the veil of the human eyes.
Have you read about near-death experiences?
Yeah.
I've read, I read this book a long time ago, like 20 years ago now, or like 18 years ago. And it was people said a lot of the same things, like they died, they could see a bright light, they felt warmth, they felt like they were being lifted up.
Interesting.
And one book I read said a common theme was they felt like they were being pulled towards this very large ball of light, but they could see other balls coming towards it as well. And I'm wondering, just a thought, are we all small? We are all pieces of the universe, obviously.
Yeah.
But is it possible that the energy and consciousness within us is a fraction of the greater entity of consciousness?
Gnosticism.
And when we die, we go back and rejoin
concentric circles.
That's
and
all
for
Gnosticism.
some reason you break off.
Is that what they think?
Yeah, the Gnostics believe that God is the demiurge. God is actually Satan, and there is a God above God, which is the Gnostic God. They believe that God has broken itself apart, and it's in every living being and every person. And the goal of people is to realize that we are God, and when we do that, then we will. I forget the phrase. But we will become one with the ultimate, or one with the all.
And what if you don't do that? You like?
I don't know the whole detail. I don't.
You gotta come back.
It's a religion that I don't know a whole ton about, but I do know that Gnosticism believes that the God that is worshipped, like the Judeo-Christian God and Islamic God, is actually the devil, and that the real God is broken himself apart and is inhabiting all of us. And when we realize that we are God, then we will have that will actually be the beginning of time. Time hasn't started yet.
My religion is that when you die, you wake up in an arcade with your buddies.
Playing Street Fighter 2?
You take off the headset, and you were like, "Whoa, that was crazy!"
Dalzim's awesome.
No, that's
and then it's like,
interesting.
You die.
I said that same thing. You die, and then it's like our spirits are like immortal, so you live forever. So we develop these simulations that we can go into. And it's just like a game. So yeah, I've had the same thought. And then you die, and then you're like, oh damn, that was my life. And then you pick hard mode, and you pick your tributes, and easy mode, hard mode. That's why some people are born rich and some people are born poor. And then you're like, oh, let's see, can I go in the hardest mode? It's silly. I doubt any of this is real, but it's a fun thought to think about, when you're like drunk or whatever.
And then next thing you know, you're sitting in an arcade, you take the helmet off, and then your buddies are like, dude, you were a rock star in a band called All That Remains.
Or
I'd be like, yeah, it was great.
When you talk about God, this Gnostic God, and how it's within all of us, I'm thinking about how there's theories about how the universe is like white holes and black holes, and that the black holes are sucking matter in, and then it's transporting it or transmitting it, and it's bursting out of these white holes, which are stars. And then I wonder if we have white holes within our protons, or within... What's causing the subatomic spin to actually spin? What's gestating that momentum? Is it a white hole? Is it some sort of expulsive force that's being withdrawn through black holes? And is that God coming out of us?
Bro, you ever program a video game?
Yeah. Well, I used Game Maker.
So
way back in the day.
So for a lot of people, I'm not,
RPG Maker.
I'm not. So I'll say two things. One, in video games, what they do now is only what's in your field of view is rendering. And when you move, it rapidly renders the objects around, saves memory, and is easier to process. But when I used to do Game Maker stuff,
have been since,
Multimedia Fusion, Flash, if you are making a game, let's say you're like what's it, Galaga? Is that where your little spaceship, and then the aliens
come down? Space Invaders Plus. Yeah, that was a big upgrade.
In the future iterations of these games, where you're overhead view of the little spaceship, and it's shooting the guns and then getting the power ups, and the bad guys are coming down. What is really happening is that if you were to take the video game screen and zoom out and see beyond what the screen could show you, there are other objects outside of your field of view. Just above your little spaceship is a block with no graphic design. object. We can call it Object A. Object A is the creation point where obstacles are descending from, and it moves around, basically creating, not necessarily creating, but the way it worked in the games that at least the games I made them. If you were playing a game where your platform are running forward, and I would want to generate random enemies and obstacles, there would be an object that moved up and down, and then the code would say something to the effect of every you'd create a variable so that it would generate between between 1 and 10 seconds at random, create object 17 at y-1 object A. And what that means is that object that moves around is the point at which the game fires the obstacle, the enemy. So let's say you're playing Mario and a bird comes across the screen. There's something that's in front of you can't see.
Do you think that's happening in reality?
Well, so I bring that up because that's a white hole. The white holes you described it, where matter is coming out of, could just be a spawn point for matter that the simulation or God uses.
I only question if it's random because we use that word random, but I don't see any evidence that any of this is random. I mean, I can only assume that, like you said, Jimmy, we're talking about this primordial soup. That's not right. This isn't like, oops, we accidentally fell down and now we're humans talking about it.
And the fact that we have feelings, the fact that it's like talking about like what we do matters. The fact that when you do something wrong, there's this weird feeling about it. And you can talk about what's wrong and that's debatable. But like the fact that there's feeling as well as something called love, we all you can't prove that it exists, but we all know it.
What's debatable about what's wrong, which is really interesting. I wonder why people say that. I guess it's changed throughout time, but I'm like, wrong would, for my opinion, right? It's just like what the majority of society says is wrong, and that would be what's wrong. I mean, we're humans, we're social creatures, so that's what I've always said.
Right? Does it not exist?
Yeah.
What's that about? And people, let me just say, people say that's like survival, like, oh, well, you need it to like a companion, whatever. I'm like, I don't know. I think that, you could argue that love is almost like it could destroy a lot of people in some ways. I don't know. What were you going to say? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, there's a lot of life on this planet that doesn't have love.
Yeah.
Trees, as far as we can tell, don't experience the same existence we do. In fact, when I look at a tree, I see essentially the same thing as fire, a chemical reaction. Now, you can make the argument that plants, of course, are not ensouled in the same way as humans are, and humans are ensouled, and that's what creates everything you've described.
I bet they are. They have circulatory systems.
I got to tell you, though, Seamus says that there's different kinds of souls, and that idea generally makes sense to me, because there's no way that, when I look at a dog, you can tell a dog's emotions.
Oh, yeah.
That dog has not the same, but similar feelings and emotions and expectations. And even cats. Yeah. Cats are very different. They're more independent, but I can, so this is the thing, like Roberto Jr. died.
What they're thinking.
He was a rooster we raised, one of the first that we hatched. We got these original chickens. Roberto knocked them up. We didn't realize Roberto was a boy. We take a few of the eggs that are fertilized. We incubate them. They were a weak batch. Only one remains. Kind of sad. But Roberto Jr.'s had kids. And I did not shed a tear for Roberto Jr. I am not that upset that he died. It's sad. It's like, oh, Roberto Jr., he was our dude. He's the mascot for our coffee.
Yeah, exactly.
But roosters don't have that emotional connection or actual mammalian bond or whatever. He's a rooster. He was funny. He looked at me. That's it.
Right.
Mr. Bocus, our cat, and the other dogs that we have here express love and affection in a way that is relatable and understandable to humans, that humans feel.
I bet if you trip balls on acid with Roberto, you would see his eyes, and you look in his eye for an hour, and you're just looking in his eyes.
Dude,
he would also. I
don't agree. They're birds. Dude. Birds are they bang their kids.
Even insects.
Roberto's banging his daughters and stuff like that. I'm like, I don't feel any connection to these things. They're food.
Yeah.
I like them. I don't want them to be hurt. It's sad when they die. I don't cry when they do.
It's that
when Bogus gets sick, I get worried, and it hurts my feelings.
It's that brain creature, like the brain stem that's floating in salt water that we all have, even birds. Like
the reptilian brain, right? The stem.
Yeah, it's the brain and the stem. It's all one creature. It looks like an octopus, kind of. Like it fell down into the ocean, living in salt water, and now it's like, surround me with a sticky wet meat sack to contain the salt water, and I'll come out of the ocean and carry the salt water around with me. But we're these floating octopoid thing, these weird things that are tugging on muscle with electrical impulses, and we all share that. All the animals have a brain. I think is that safe to say every animal has a brain?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Jellyfish,
flatworms,
So
shrimp.
Once you start
shrimp.
once you start getting into brain creatures, that's like, I don't know if we're different. Like
whales got big brains.
Yeah, brain creatures is a cool one.
Brain
octopus.
Yeah,
their whole body's pretty much a brain. It's connected to all 8 tentacles.
See, the problem, this interesting thing about alien life, if alien life was, I think if we were ever to discover alien life that was traveling the stars, they would be very similar to us. Very similar. In fact, they'd probably breathe the same atmosphere. The reason being, the octopi is a very intelligent creature, super smart, ain't never going to smelt or create computers. Why? It's underwater.
But what if what if we created a body that it can live inside of in salt water?
No. What do you ask?
Yeah.
Could it manipulate a body's hand from inside?
A robot.
Like our brains do with our bodies.
So we create a robot with a water tank on top, and the octopus is inside manipulating controls and communicating in a way that it can translate to English, and then we can actually interact with it.
What you're
I have some info here. According to Google, yes, shrimp do have brains, but their brains are not very big. Prawns and shrimp do have centralized collection of nerve cells, so I don't know. I think they're going crazy. I'm pretty sure everything has a brain. But let's get back to the clip. I just wanted to fact check them here in real time.
Doing when you say, can we put it into a body, is you're saying, can we take this creature that has no reference of what a human experience is like, right? So we as humans can look at an octopus and understand that thing thinks differently to us because the experiences that we have a significant impact on ourselves. So if you took an octopus that has 8 tentacles, no spine, all of these different things that to what we humans are, the way that it experiences reality has to be totally alien to us. So if you put it into a human, like a robot with a human type of body, there's no reason to think that it would understand or even know what to do. And so like the idea of it being silly. Like, whoa, we'll just take this brain and put it into the robot that we built like it was from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, that like it wouldn't, there's no reason to think that it would understand or see things the way that we do. You know what I mean? The way that we experience in the world is very particular to human beings.
Well, the monkeys, have you seen the monkeys working on computers, like touch screens?
Monkeys are totally different than octopus.
Smart.
But monkeys are totally different than octopus. Monkeys are bipedal. They have hands. They have faces. Octopus
or primates or advanced
totally
primates.
Different creatures.
I suppose that instead of saying putting it in a body, just build an interface for it so that it can somehow let us know.
That assumes that it could interface.
Right. So hold on. Ian, what he's saying is you look at food, you think, oh, that piece of cake looks delicious. The octopus might not even think in these terms that we can even understand.
Well, have you seen the octopus in tanks? They'll see another fish in another tank. They want it. They search the tank. They find a crack. They slide up. They move through. They'll even climb out of water and climb across the land.
And everything that it does is like an octopus. The point that I'm making is there's no reference for you to take an octopus, put it into a situation that a human understands, and think that the octopus could understand it. A human being would never look like you could never be in a tank and then be like, oh, there's a crack in there. I should try and shove myself through. No, because you're a human. It doesn't come to you like that experience doesn't work.
But with AI brute forcing, a computer program could probably. I think we're getting close to the point where an AI could figure out communications between other animals.
Yeah, I see where you're going. And
that's crazy, right?
That's reasonable. That's fine.
So you think about how we have this AI rapidly learning and how it's creating all these images. Imagine if we just had, when we do CAPTCHA, here's the thing. The amount of data we give to AI is insane. We don't have that with, say, a fish or an octopus. We go on dating apps, we go on Twitter, we go on all these apps, and we give our data up that are fed into this machine, this computer, which then rips through all the data and then figures out how to replicate and understand what a human is. Imagine if we made ChatGPT, but it was based on all the sounds a dolphin made. And we just had a bunch of supercomputers running through all the different sounds dolphins make, and then like making the sound and seeing how dolphins react over a long period of time, and then eventually deciphering dolphin communication. Oh, yeah. Crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is pretty
And
crazy.
then you can actually make a dolphin translator where you can... And dolphins are intelligent.
Yeah, but the thing is,
so
like,
you could say like, we're going to throw in some fish if you want to move to the left, and then it goes, and then the dolphins all go left, and then you throw the fish in. Thanks for watching this clip.
Yeah, they kind of lost me there at the end. I'm like, I don't know what they're talking about. But the name of the video, biblical predictions may be coming true. Yeah. like I said earlier in this segment, I don't know. It's just, everyone's always going to think that they're coming true because of 9/11 or 2012. That's just how it goes. You go and you see connections in an ancient book, but I bet you ever since the Bible started getting popular, people have always saw those connections. And they've seen crazier times than us at World War II. They probably thought it was the end of times then. So who knows? But with that, let's move on to the next story. Talk about messed up stuff. Popular parenting YouTuber. Popular parenting YouTube host arrested for child abuse. Here's a clip.
The stunning turn for a Utah mother of 6, a YouTube star known for her tough love parenting advice. Tonight, she is under arrest on suspicion of child abuse after police say her malnourished son escaped out a window and ran to a neighbor's house for help. Here's ABC's Will Carr.
For years, Ruby Franke dishing out harsh parenting advice to millions on YouTube and TikTok.
My kids are literally starving. I hesitate to say this because it's going to sound like I'm like a mean barbarian.
The Utah mother of 6 who promotes herself as a parenting coach online, facing backlash for tactics like withholding food from her kids.
I'm not even going to let you eat breakfast until you get your chores done.
But tonight, Franke and her business partner, Jody Hildebrandt, seen giving advice in this video, are charged with aggravated child abuse after police say Franke's 12-year-old son climbed out of a window at Hildebrandt's home, according to an affidavit. A neighbor reporting the boy asked for food and water and appeared to be emaciated and malnourished, with open wounds and duct tape around the extremities. And police say he had deep lacerations from being tied up with rope. Inside the business partner's home, police say they found Franke's malnourished 10-year-old daughter. Authorities say 4 children are now in the custody of Family and Child Services.
So far, there's been no comment from either of the women. Franke's family is speaking out. Her 20-year-old daughter says that she wants for people to unfollow her mother, and her sister says they did everything they could to help the kids.
Why would anybody be
needed to happen.
listening to this woman? I'm
It's awful, Will. Thank you.
That's wild.
Hi, everyone.
It's so wild. Yeah, it's crazy. She's giving all this tough love, and people are like, oh, let's follow her. Yeah, that's awesome. She has all this money because people are following her, and then she's just abusing her kids. I guess she's doing what she says she's going to do. You know, she doesn't say one thing and do another, but why would anyone follow someone like this? Like, you eat breakfast to go to work, right? But no, you don't even do your chores. You give breakfast, and they're like, okay, do your chores. Then you give them another award on top of that, like an allowance or something. Like, you're just going to starve them, taped and brutal wounds on their extremities because they tied them. She tied them up. Yeah, what an awful story. But yeah, unfollow this woman I doubt anyone that watches me follows this woman. But if you do, get rid of this. Don't believe those tough love things. I mean, there's certain things to that. Don't get me wrong. Someone doesn't clean their chores to clean their room, keep their room clean, and you give them allowance every week. Okay, well, you don't get your allowance because you didn't keep your room clean. But there's I think the people that can't have their kids like this, like keep their room clean, they don't help them. Like for me, if my kid is like didn't clean his room, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna help you clean it. Come on, let's do it. Father-son task. Come on, and I'll just make it fun for him. Okay, let's organize. You know, I don't think my kids, because my place is always really clean anyways. So I think they'll just be used to that and wouldn't want it to be a mess. And if they started messing it up when they're like 2 or 3, I'd explain to them, okay, this is why we want a clean house, you know? So I don't think I'd ever have that issue. But if you do have someone that you need in that situation, you don't tie them up and starve them. Definitely not. You have some conversations and you give them rewards if they do what you want, right? And then eventually they learn and you're on the same page. And conversation even past like rewards, in my opinion. It's like you just talk to them, reason, and just have long conversations if they don't get it, and then just be like, and then they'll probably eventually just agree with you. But with that, let's move on to the next story. Yeah, no brighter note on this one. Tucker Carlson warns they will assassinate Trump if he keeps winning. Here's a clip.
From timcast.com. Tucker Carlson says America is speeding toward assassination of Donald Trump.
Terrifying.
That's a scary prospect.
Yeah.
He said they protested him. They called him names. He won anyway. They impeached him twice on ridiculous pretenses. They fabricated a lot about what happened on January 6th in order to impeach him again. It didn't work. He came back. Then they indicted him. It didn't work. He became more popular. Then they indicted him 3 more times, and every single time his popularity rose. So if you begin with criticism, then you go to a protest, then you go to impeachment, then you go to indictment. None of them work. What's next? I mean, graph it out, man. We're speeding toward assassination, obviously. And no one will say that. But I don't know how you can't reach that conclusion. You know what I mean? Like they have decided, permanent Washington, both parties have decided that there's something about Trump that's so threatening to them, they just can't have him.
A bit of pushback, though. I think they could, if they could have done this, they probably already would have. I just think the Secret Service now is so damn good after like the JFK, and now it's just been 50 years after that. I think the Secret Service is just so damn good that they just can't. I think they would have if they could have. But let's hear what else there's to say.
He later commented, I don't know where it's going, but there's a collusion that's clearly imminent. I've never been this worried about anything as I am about where this is going. If people don't get serious about their comfort zones, I think they're going to demonize him, indict him. And I think they'll blow his airplane up, Jones said. This is Alex Jones. I really, at a gut level, believe they're going to kill Trump. There was a story in, I think it was 2015, a guy tried grabbing a gun from a cop at a Trump rally. There's already been threats made against Donald Trump. And I guess we can only hope and pray it doesn't come to that. But Tucker makes a really interesting point. Now, I will counter. He's not gotten more popular every time they've indicted him. Because I tracked the favorability and popularity of Trump. It is stable.
He goes up in the polls. People would vote for him.
Is potentially as bad or worse. Stable means that there are people who don't care what the government does or says. They will never abandon Trump. That's it. It also says there are people that no matter what will never support Trump.
Right.
True.
If Trump got more or less popular because of the indictments, that would mean something. Becoming less popular means there are people who supported him but now are backing away. If he becomes more popular, it means that people who didn't support him are starting to support him. No, it hasn't changed because it's locked in right now. The left and the right, whatever you want to call it, the political factions are stable.
I don't really know what
and that means
exactly.
All of the things they're doing are just radicalizing people and making the flames bigger and more dangerous.
Which I kind of assume is what they want, right?
I don't know. I mean, it's...
They want people to go nuts.
Man, there's a lot of scenarios in my mind, but if Tucker is correct, I don't see how this country survives another year, 2 years, year and a half.
I don't think Tucker's correct. I forget who we had on the show, but he said you can't, in 2023, you can't do what you did in the 60s, right?
I agree,
you can't give somebody the Kennedy treatment. I think they've already done it to Trump.
Stuff was
and
wild.
We've seen it. It's the indictments. It's the mainstream media with all the pieces throughout his presidency. It's all of that. That they've already taken him down, or at least attempted to.
I don't think so.
I don't think
Trump is predicted to win right now. So
CNN
it's Tim
talking
this,
about.
Not my opinion. Calm down, crackpots. CNN said right now, based on all the data they got, it's looking really good for Trump.
Yeah, and he
now you
keeps
take
going
into
up
consideration
in the polls,
that the
so I don't know
student
what
loan
Tim's
debt have to
actually
kick
saying.
back on in the next couple of weeks. Think about this. So I was talking to my girlfriend about this earlier. I said, I was passively talking about it, and then she was like, "Wait, everyone's got to pay back their student loans again, starting in a couple of weeks." And I'm like, "Yeah, something like that." And then she was like, "They're not going to have the money." And I'm like, "Right, exactly." And then I said, and the question then becomes, how do they pay for their student loans? If right now we got all these videos of young people saying, I can't afford my bills, how are they going to pay back their student loans if student loan repayment restarts? They're not. And then I'm like, so it's kind of like 2008. They gave out loans to people who didn't have credit and couldn't afford it. And then my girlfriend was like,
always been
well, they got their parents to co-sign. She's like, a lot of these people got their parents to co-sign. And I was like, interesting.
Loans, though.
Then when these 27, 28-year-olds don't pay back their loans, and then the lenders say, your mom or dad is a co-signer, and goes to them and says, you got to pay. And they go, we can't afford to pay. And they go, then we take your house.
Mm-hmm. And we're seeing TikToks of people that age crying, saying, I did what I was supposed to do. I got the degree. I work hard. I don't party. I did everything I was supposed to do, and I can't afford food.
They lied to you.
I guarantee if it becomes between student loans and putting food on your table, you're not going to pay the student loans.
So
you're going to let them default.
But then what are you going to do when you're like, sorry, mom and dad,
exactly.
you're going to lose your house. You're going to have to pay the consequences of my
I don't know
actions.
if they're talking about student loans. Student loans are always guaranteed to students. I went to college for a couple years, and my parents didn't have to do anything. They just say, okay, this is the allocated amount. You don't have to co-sign for student loans. They just give them out like they're nothing.
I mean, that is a result of the student loan thing, but I think it's going to make a very divided and bitter society.
A bailout.
Yeah.
Also, the only circumstance that seems to make sense would be a government bailout of the student loan system. And that is going to be a disaster because that's another $1 trillion plus instantly pumped into the economy by way of forgiveness, which will cause massive inflation or has already contributed to it. But, oh boy, if you thought rich men north of Richmond was bad, wait till you go to the likes of Oliver Anthony and say, oh, here's the best part. The highest income earners in the country who have nothing but disdain for you and told you to go learn to code just got a $50,000 freebie from the government.
Yeah.
Oh, at least.
And if that happened, that would mean pumping another $1 trillion in would mean that your dollar is worth like 96 cents right after that happens. All those people that already paid their loans back, that have their money devalued, are going to go. Maybe not all of them, but a lot of them get angry at people that are taking the government's tit.
To go back to the initial story, what Tucker is saying, where does it go next? People need to consider that none of this stuff is happening in a vacuum. And when it came to the lockdowns and the George Floyd riots, I actually think the lockdowns were the cause of the riots, not George Floyd. We had seen protests before. I do not believe the George Floyd video is the reason why we had such massive and widespread rioting.
I mean, you had stuff like that with Michael Brown years earlier, the Michael Brown thing in Ferguson, Missouri, and there wasn't lockdowns. So I don't know. They were way worse during George Floyd, but that stuff was boiling up. It's like Trayvon Martin, they were kind of bad. Then Michael Brown got worse, and then George Floyd. But yeah, I think the lockdowns had a role to play. You know, it probably made them worse, but it was a boiling thing that, Obama pushed after Michael Brown, he died. And then Obama's just like, take it to the streets, show them what's important to you, and he's just like, take it to the streets, bro. You're the president. You go and you solve it, right? If there's a systemic problem, you're the president. But no, that's that, he just exasperated the situation. And now, then George Floyd, 5 years later,
Fighting was likely.
But I do think
people were fed up. They were locked in their homes. They were angry. They had no income. Their purpose was stripped. They were becoming unhinged and depressed. And then they were given some, a spark for the tinder. A lot of people will probably say it was George Floyd, whatever. The media definitely said it was George Floyd. But I think we talked about it at the time, that this pent up rage from being locked up. So you take a look at what's going on with Donald Trump as president. You take a look at what's happening now with student loan repayment about to kick in. The economy may fall off a cliff in the next couple of months. We got the guy from Shark Tank saying it. You got Michael Burry of Big Short fame, who shorted the housing market, making a $1.6 billion bet against the S&P 500 and NASDAQ. I think both. It might just be S&P. And we don't know if he's actually cashed out yet or where he's at. But he made a very, very, very big bet against the U.S. economy. And the student loan repayment seems to make the most sense. People who don't have jobs, who can't afford to pay their bills, being told the bill comes due, they're not going to pay it. If you go up to a 27-year-old and say, you can pay your rent, you can buy your gas, or you can buy food, or you can pay your student loans, they're going to say, okay, well, if I don't have food, I die. If I don't have gas, I can't go to work and can't make money. And if I don't pay rent, I'm homeless. Sorry, student loans ain't getting paid.
For anybody that has student loans that isn't able to afford them right now, you can do two things. You can put them on a forbearance, or you can put them on a deferment, depending on your income level. So look into that. You can set them off for years and not have to pay them.
But isn't most of the student loan debt basically owed to the government?
Yes. Over 90, I think it's like 90, at minimum 94%. The majority of it is owned by the government. So the government gave you bad loans and then is saying you have to pay them. Actually, we might just bail ourselves out. We don't know what we're going to do. I mean, it's a terrible system. And we're still issuing student loans. Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off.
No.
It's a point of irritation with me because it just seems like a terrible business model. Yet the U.S. government's like, no, it's fine. Keep getting student loans. Go to college. That's the answer. Even though we have evidence. It's so clear the system is broken and potentially could destroy generations of a family that have worked really hard to create financial stability.
Yeah, I completely agree. And speaking from a perspective of a father, my son is 17. He'll be 18 October. and I've even written articles about this and talked about it on TV. You know, raising a son, and you know, someone who's looking like me the older he gets, and I'm thinking about his prosperity. The only thing I've ever been worried about with my son is what is he going to do as far as college? That's the only thing. I wasn't worried about puberty. I wasn't worried about any of that stuff. Worried about him being rebellious. Never worried about that. The only thing I've ever been worried about, probably since the age of 12, is like, oh my God, my son's about to be a teenager, and he's going to start thinking about what he's going to do after school. And I think about how unfair of a message it is to spread to kids that the only way for you to find success is to sign on a dotted line. You have no credit history, right? You have no income, you have no job prospects, but you have to sign on a dotted line and have hope that whatever you're intending to pursue is going to work out. And obviously, that's not what happens. And every year, some kid is competing against you.
Well, it's really crazy that they say this, because they're like, okay, right after high school, you go to college, right? And it's like, you don't even know what you want to do. So you just go choose something, and then you think it's going to work out because these adults lie to you. Yeah, if you're young and thinking about going to college, I would probably skip it. Not even Elon Musk for SpaceX. He says he doesn't care about college degrees. All these tech companies now, they don't care about college degrees. Especially for like coding, you generally just have to show, hey, I can code. Okay, you want to be a doctor or something, that's different. But then maybe actually school is going to teach you something worthwhile. But like gender studies or some bull, just not good. It's just nonsense. Let's put it that way. Yeah, some nonsense. Yeah, don't go for that. It's stupid. It's not going to work out for you. And you don't have to do it. Especially if you want to go back to school when you're like 22, 23, just go get some work experience for now until you figure it out. Why waste all your money just because you feel like you're 18, 19 and you just graduated high school? Okay, I'm supposed to go to school for another 4 years. No, go get a job and figure out your life. And then once you figure it out, I've talked to so many people who went and got a degree that they don't use anymore when they're like in their 30s because they just chose it and they didn't really care because they were young and they just had to. Their parents were pressuring them to go to school. And then the parents are nuts because they pressure them to go to school so early. And then they're the ones who pay for part of it, generally speaking. You know, and then they're talking about the student loans on the other front. Yeah, it's nuts.
And so on and so forth. And they're unprepared. And then you send them out into the world. So they work at Starbucks making minimum wage and tell them they have to pay back $80,000. Meanwhile, their parents told them, well, that's what we did. Yes, but you're not in their situation. You're not. You
probably picked a better degree.
A gouging student loan market. You're not dealing with universities who can charge whatever they want because the federal government will pay it anyways, right? Yep. They're not dealing with these things. And parents, as a parent, I'm saying other parents have given their children bad information and they're not being aware of what is actually going on.
And again, the parents pay for part of it.
Follow
they're
my
idiots.
Footsteps. Well, they're following their footsteps into financial hell, basically.
Yeah, it's like the area that they walked through is now flooded, and they tell their kid to walk back through it. That's not a good tactic.
It's like when parents say, well, why don't you just go work at McDonald's? That's how I paid my way through college. Yeah, you can't do that these days.
So how did you inspire your son? What's his next move? What advice did you give him?
I told him the truth. I told him that college is incredibly expensive, and you need to weigh all options. There was a period of time that he wanted to do artistry, and he wanted to go over to Japan. I've told him, go to other countries.
Japan's good.
Yeah. Now he's changed that idea and he's still thinking about it. But I'm not one of those parents like, you have to do something as soon as you turn 18. He wants to go bounce around Europe next year. But he's working. He's been working this entire time. We started doing homeschooling. But I'm having him think for himself rather than force a narrative onto him that the only way to find success in this world is through college. And for me, as someone who worked in IT, I did the same job as everybody else who got their computer science degree. I went to a 11-month program, for tech school.
Instead of 4 years of bachelor's and crazy amounts of tuition.
Yeah, my student loans are paid off. So, there are alternatives. And I think parents just have to be aware that what you went through is not what these kids are going through. They're set up for failure going that route. They're set up for a lifetime of financial hurt.
And radicalization.
And radicalization. And one other thing I just want to add, we're talking about the economy dipping. Interest rates for housing. My wife and I are looking to buy a house next year. We're looking at the interest rate. What's the situation that we're going to be facing? So now the kids have, I don't know how much money in debt. The interest rates are going up. So even if some kid is able to find a decent job, they can't afford to purchase a home. Rent's gone up.
Definitely not.
One of the reasons we're looking to buy a house is because we renewed our lease, $300 increase.
Yep.
Now, thankfully, we make decent income together.
Especially if the interest rate's going up.
What about these kids?
100%.
Right. So I foresee that Europe is like a European style setup that's happening in America, because all the European adults that I know, most of them live with other people, live with other adults. They all have roommates.
Interesting.
That's where we're going. Thanks for watching this clip from...
Very interesting. They kind of went to a weird spot at the end, which is a segment I'm about to do about the student loan stuff starting back up. So that was kind of interesting. But back to the thing about the Trump thing. It's just like, yeah, I think they want to, but like they were saying on this video, the producer, he was like, no, you can't do that type of stuff nowadays. You can't do a JFK situation. It's just going to make him a martyr. It's going to just backfire on them. And then the Secret Service is so good that I don't think they can. I think they wanted to do this before 2020. They just couldn't figure out like logistically a way to actually do it. But with that, let's move on to the next story. Dave Portnoy, is it Portnoy? I think it's Portnoy, right? Yeah. Dave Portnoy attacked by unhinged liberal pizza shop owner, and it completely backfired. Here's a clip.
How do you score that? Because if you like parm, fine. If you don't, I don't. 6'4". I know it's way off.
Yo, Dave, right?
Yeah.
What's good, man?
What's going on?
Nice to welcome to Boston, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Have I been to where?
Somerville.
Yeah, I used to live in Davis Square, which we're currently in.
Huh.
Yeah, I spent years here.
My name is Dom of the Year.
Dom of the Year?
Yeah.
I feel like you saw me and you were like plotting your move, how you're gonna come up. So what does Dom of the Year mean?
Yeah, so Dom, my name is Dom.
Yep.
Man of the Year. So it's like Dom of the Year. Every year I get better and better. So
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Huh. I don't like floppy, I don't like hot.
Be crispy.
Yeah.
Crispy.
Let me be a little clearer. Move on. Don't stand in front of my
He's
business.
talking trash about the pizza.
Let me be clear. Get the out of my business.
Oh, God.
It's a public street, motherfucker.
Yeah, but
it's a public
business.
street.
This
This
beef
ain't your
is vicious.
business.
Yeah, but this is my business, and you can stay here or call the fucking police.
He's right across the street. Go get him. What are you gonna tattle me off for standing on the public street?
Just being a bitch.
Your shirt's 6 sizes too small, fatso.
Just go yourself and the whole platform you're on.
Oh, you don't like the platform?
You're a joke to me, dude.
You know what? You're
Take
making
your show and your game and go somewhere else.
Blah, blah, blah. By the way, I've raised $50 million for small business.
You're all talk, dude.
$50
You're all
million?
talk.
Was that all talk?
Yeah, kind of like that New York Times article.
Here we go. Here
Exactly.
we go. Your
Exactly.
shirt's 6 sizes too small.
I don't care. I
Lose
work
some
hard.
weight.
You're a fucking joke.
You work hard?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe not as hard as you. That's what he wants to say.
You're a fucking clown.
How?
I run a business. I work hard.
I sold my
Fortnite doesn't.
business twice. 100 million, 400 million bought back for a buck. That's a clown?
Everything since I got in this business that you represent is an embarrassment
Like
to this
what?
business.
Like raising 50 million for small business?
Everything.
Name
Everything.
it. Name it.
Everything.
You haven't
Don't
named
play
one
your
thing.
game.
He
You
says
haven't named one thing.
everything
Pizza,
3
it's
times.
great.
It sucks,
You're
actually.
a fucking joke.
Name one thing.
No, he's talking
Name
so
one
much
thing.
trash about that pizza. That's why he's mad at him.
All you've said is everything. Name one thing.
You're a
Name
joke
one
to me.
thing. Clown.
I love $1 million worth of game.
The best. I like how Dom of the Year just slides right back in like mid-convo.
What's going on, everyone?
Hilarious.
Recording. I hope you're having an absolutely wonderful
Why is
day.
he so quiet?
Dave Portnoy had perhaps one of the best examples of an unhinged leftist woke morons. One of the best interactions that like fully encapsulates exactly how out of touch these individuals are.
Well,
And
Dave, I think, was
report on
talking trash about his pizza before he came out, right? He's like, oh, it should be crispy. And the guy saw it. He's like, I hate this guy anyway. And he's talking trash about my pizza.
You know, Dave is a polarizing guy. He's got, hot takes. Many of you know
That
him
pizza
as Paper
probably
Hands
did
Portnoy
suck.
or from his feud with our boy Alex Stein. But that's neither here
Well,
nor
Alex
there.
Stein fights
So,
a lot of people, so I don't know. I'm not going
if you know
to
about
opinion on that. I don't know
Dave
about
Portnoy's kind of side business. His like pizza reviews isn't a big money maker for him, even though they have the One Bite app, which probably earns some money.
He probably
it's all
just does
about
it for
generating
fun.
content, getting Davey page views out there. Sometimes you have wild stuff going on, just like this particular interview, which just has everything. You've got one guy shilling, I don't know what. I don't know if he's a musician or an artist.
I have no idea.
Personality.
He's
you
just
got
here.
an unhinged leftist wearing a Star Wars T-shirt. Ironically, well, not ironically, just
of
makes
course
sense.
He still likes Star Wars.
And a confrontation that can only be described as completely unhinged. Dave had reviewed his pizza, but the guy wasn't even mad about the pizza. He just
might have been.
didn't like Dave Portnoy.
He was
Why?
saying that
because
but
of New York Times.
That's what.
When asked to give a specific reason why he didn't like him, he hilariously
New York Times,
like shut
everything,
down.
everything,
had
everything.
no idea.
Everything.
He didn't have a single idea why he didn't like Dave Portnoy. He just kept repeatedly saying
everything.
New York Times, the New York Times, New York Times.
No,
well,
he said New York Times, and he said everything.
A hit piece on Dave many years ago. Well, not that long ago. And
I don't know about that article. Who cares about
that's
it?
New
York Times sucks.
I'm not sure that it's really gonna do a lot for him. But Barstool Sports founder Dave Portnoy got into a shouting match with the owner of a pizza joint, who was angered that the loudmouth mogul was giving the restaurant a negative review. That's actually not true, New York Post. If you actually take 2 seconds to read the article or watch the video,
we just saw the clip.
The guy had no idea. He had no idea
that's
what
not true.
Score he had. He just
I don't know why he's saying that. He was literally just talking trash to that woman. He's just like, no, it's not good. He gave her a piece right before the guy came out, and then he's like, it should be she's like, it should be crispy. He's like, yeah, it should be crispy, and that's when he came out. So, Jeremy, you're kind of off base on this one. I think he probably just did not like Dave Portnoy, but that's what made him go and yell at him. He's just like, get out of here. You're giving people free pizza. And, they're not selling more pizza because he just got that box and he's just giving people a slice that are walking by. If they were going in, he'd probably given her a slice. Then he's like, look at how trash this is. So I think he didn't like Portnoy already, but that's like the straw that broke the camera's back, as he's like doing that. So I think it was part of it. Because, he saw Portnoy go in there and buy a pizza, right? He went and sold him a pizza. But then after he started doing the review in front of his business, then he kind of freaked out. Still unhinged, still not a good idea. He's just calmed down. It's only a box of pizza. How much influence could you have? And hey, if it was good pizza, people would like it anyways. Like, oh no, actually I love this. I'm gonna go actually buy some more.
Had like a complete meltdown. The 46-year-old Portnoy was in the middle of one of his customary pizza reviews that he offers to his legions of sports bro fans online when he was confronted by the owner of Dragon Pizza in Somerville, Massachusetts. In a videotaped segment that he posted for his One Bite series, Portnoy, who judges food based on one bite, although that's the joke, he doesn't actually usually have just one bite, declared this pizza is trash. But he didn't declare that until after the guy. See, dude, just watch the video. Mainstream media sucks.
Yeah, we just watched it. I don't know, bro. We were just seeing it.
It takes 5 minutes to watch the video. He had given it.
I don't know. I showed it at the beginning, and he showed it at the beginning of the clip. He was talking trash about it to that old woman. He saw. I don't know what Jeremy's saying here.
Air score. It was like 6-4 or something like that. He didn't really like the pizza, but the guy didn't even know what his score was. Portnoy took a bite out of the slice of pizza, said this pizza is trash.
He could probably hear what he
gave
said.
the pizza 6-4 out of 10, declaring the slice he ate was a floppy mess. It was. That prompted the owner of Dragon Pizza to accost Portnoy. Again, I did not see the video that way at all. What is he talking about? Like he does the pizza review, right?
Oh, it's got longer than in the beginning.
Okay, so he's talking about his shirt. He talks about his shirt, this, that, and the other thing.
Pulling up traffic.
Yeah, I didn't watch all this. I only saw the clip.
Nice Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Again, the owner's nowhere around here. The owner's nowhere around.
Strong Parmesan. This is an acquired taste.
He even, I think,
he's
goes out of
about
his way
Parmesan.
to kind of give it a lot of leeway, saying, hey, it's got a strong Parmesan. He even said the pizza in the window looked pretty good. Again, the owner is nowhere around.
Okay, fair enough.
Then this guy pops out of nowhere, apparently Dom of the Year. I don't know what his deal is, but he stays for the entire video, inserts himself into it. Shout out to him.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
Have I been to where? Yeah, I used to live in Davis Square, which we're currently in.
So this guy used to work there. He's basically stalking Portnoy to shoot a shot. By the way, 100% support that. Good on him.
May have been too long in the box. Yeah, it's not. What does Dom of the Year have on it? It may have been our fault because it may have been sitting for a bit.
He doesn't like it.
So almost 4 minutes into the video, by the way, he's giving the pizza shop owner every break he possibly can.
Yeah, he is.
I used to make these. So you said 6, right?
I saw it 6'4", which isn't great for me, no.
Yeah,
but again, it looked better in the cake.
See, this article is just dead wrong. Okay, right? So then the owner figures out who he is, and he comes out and confronts him. Again, doesn't know his score at all.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Dave.
Yes.
Enjoy your pizza as any customer, but I don't appreciate what you do coming in and judging a business with one bite.
Well, we do more. Is this your spot?
This is my spot.
Oh.
I hope you enjoy your pizza, but I don't appreciate what you do to small businesses.
Why?
What you do to small businesses. Now, generally,
the only
people that have a problem with Dave Portnoy reviewing their food are people with bad food.
Yeah,
I've watched this guy completely just make a spot unattendable for months if he gives it a good score. Little mom and pop shops, changing their entire business around.
Yeah, guy's a douche.
Product. The only time I've ever seen a confrontation with Dave Portnoy,
I think so,
is either an unhinged leftist or somebody with bad pizza. Now, again, a 6'4" is not even a bad score if you know Dave. Like, he doesn't give out 9s very often. It has to be like spectacular pizza to be a 9. A very, very good pizza is in the 8s, and a 7 is like solid buy. You can have this pizza anytime and enjoy it. So 6'4", it's not like he gave it a 2. And by the way, again, this guy doesn't even know what score he gave him.
Help. The good news is I gave you a terrible score. That guy. Well, Dom of the Year, can I ask you?
Yeah.
What was his problem?
Huh.
Like, I'm actually helped so many small businesses. This bit, now I can say peacefully, this pizza's trash.
Ha!
See, he doesn't say that until the guy comes out. He was
okay,
all
I didn't know this.
breaks.
Yeah, they put in the
Post,
beginning.
How hard can it be just to watch a video?
I used to work here.
Dragon pizza's so good.
Try it. Try it. Tell me it's good.
I've tried it before. It's good, and they have really good gelato and stuff. I'll try it. I just
fair.
I'm like one of your biggest fans.
Shout out. So and there's all these fans. So not
and
satisfied.
She wants it to be
embarrassing
crispy.
Himself just
what
once.
We saw at the beginning.
He comes out now. I do apologize for some of the language here. I have my Lauren Chen interview coming up, and I'm not sure I'll be able to edit it because there's just so many curse words that you would like actually lose all the context.
So it actually worked out. I don't like floppy. I don't like hot.
Crispy.
Yeah, so flip in the beginning.
So he comes back out.
Be a little clearer. Move on. Don't stand in front of my business.
Let me be clear. Fuck
Let
you.
me be clear.
He doesn't. By the way, he tells him to get out of there, which he has no right to do. It's a public thoroughfare walkway, right?
Get the fuck out of front of my business.
Fuck you.
This guy pops Dom of the Year. It's like he knows it's gonna go viral. Genius. I don't know if you look at Google searches for Dom of the Year. They're probably at an all-time high today.
Public street, you motherfucker.
Yeah, but
it's a public street. This ain't your business.
Yeah, but this is my business. And if you stay here,
fuck you. He's right across the street. Go get him.
Tell he actually lived in Boston.
Standing on a public street.
Just being a fucking bitch.
Your shirt's 6 sizes too small, fatso.
Just go fuck yourself and the whole fucking platform you're on.
Oh, you don't like the platform?
You're a joke to me, dude.
You know what? You're
Take
making
your
a joke.
fucking show and your fucking game and go somewhere else.
Blah, blah, blah. By the way, I've raised $50 million for small business.
You're all talk, dude.
All talk. The Barstool Fund, which has been
bro.
very well reported on, raised $50 million for small businesses hurt during the lockdowns, during the authoritarian lockdowns. So this guy has absolutely no. This is what I mean. This is your like typical unhinged leftist.
I changed my mind. Now I see all
no
this. Yeah, I
idea.
agree. This guy's crazy.
He's never even bothered to understand anything about Dave Portnoy. Now, look, does Dave do things that are worthy of criticism? Of course. But at least, like, read past the headline, you know?
Was that all talk?
Yeah, kind of like that New York Times article.
Here we go. Here we go. Your shirt's 6 sizes too small.
I don't care. I work hard. You're a fucking joke.
You work hard?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe not as hard as you, is what he wants to say.
You know, the Barstool Sports of Dave Portnoy rips New York Times gambling hit piece. Well, they put out this article, desperate for growth. Agent casino company embraces degenerate gambler.
Oh, wow.
The media doesn't like Dave Portnoy because they can't control Dave Portnoy.
That's the article. That New York Times article. He's a degenerate gambler, even though he's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Yeah, I mean, you can gamble as much as you want, really, as long as you're not spending all of it, in my opinion. You know, you can go. Dana White does that. He'll go spend millions of dollars in a night, and a lot of times win it back. But the guy's a billionaire, right? So it's like, who cares? Dana White's the president of UFC, by the way. If you're not familiar, he likes to gamble too. This doesn't mean he's a degenerate gambler because he likes to gamble. Who cares if you can afford it? You're going and dropping some money on it, but you're worth, like Dave Portnoy, he's worth $100 million. Let's say, I don't know what he's worth. He goes drops $1 million. Doesn't mean he's a degenerate. That's like it completely different. That's like dropping $100 for most people. If you have $100 million in the bank, you know what I mean? That's what he's judging him on anyway.
Even actions like this,
it's outrageous.
Hit pieces and stuff, it never comes from the right. It always comes from the left. But
it's really weird because the left is so hypocritical. Because it's just like, aren't you supportive of gambling and drugs and drinking and everything? You want people to be able to go do heroin on the streets, most of them, or a lot of them anyway. But then it's just like, I can't gamble or I'm a degenerate. It's like, bro, you're being stupid. New York Times article, I wouldn't even have brought that up even if I didn't like Portnoy and was in his situation. Because then it just makes you look like an idiot.
Dave Portnoy has always been pretty, like, you know, he's not a conservative. He probably votes that way because he runs a large business.
Who knows?
But he's not a very political guy either. He's just like at least he puts off himself as like an every guy who happens to be worth $500 million.
Man, so full of shit, dude.
How? Tell me how.
You're a fucking clown.
How?
I run a business. I work hard.
So does he.
I sold my business twice. 100 million, 400 million.
I run a business. So what?
That's a clown.
Me personally.
Since I got in this business that you represent.
A lot of people run businesses.
What? I mean, this again, a perfect microcosm of a leftist. By the way, make sure you tune into my interview with Lauren Chen today.
Like what? Like
raising
50 million for small business?
Everything.
Name it.
Everything.
You haven't named one thing. You haven't named one thing.
I make pizza. It's great.
It sucks.
You're
actually.
a fucking joke.
Name one thing.
He can't. He heard about a New York Times
Jeremy's
article.
Mixing on this is so bad.
Okay. He probably didn't even read it because he can't name a single thing in this article, which, by the way, takes 2 seconds to look up. And he thought he was going to have a big moment here with his leftoid friends. He looks like an idiot.
He's stupid.
I bet you that just for fun, I'm going to look up the reviews. I bet you they're going really well today.
That's hilarious.
What is
this guy? Yeah, I don't think he's working out for this guy.
Let's see. Oh, actually.
Oh, people like it still.
Nobody's left him a review. Either that or they're locked.
Yeah, they could have locked him.
I'm surprised the reviews aren't today. Like decent pizza lunatic owner.
Name one thing, asshole.
I've given up too much.
All you've said is everything. Name one thing.
You're a fucking
Name
joke.
one thing.
Yeah,
clown.
I love $1 million worth of game.
The best. I like how Dom of the Year just slides right back in like mid-convo.
It's great.
He's like, yeah.
This guy ain't great. You work for that clown?
So anyway, it's the perfect. Oh yeah, and he even does this too. He comes out and takes a selfie, flipping him off. It's like one of the most spectacular cell phones.
Sorry, I thought I had more space.
Did you know him? He's a piece of shit. This guy's a real fucking piece of shit. I am. I'm minding my own business doing a review.
This is me posting you, telling you to fuck.
Oh, you're posting me, buddy. Yeah, let's do it.
Who's that for? Like his wife doesn't like Dave
I don't
Portnoy
know.
or something? Oh, he posted it. But he's got that Minsk camera lens.
Oh, wow. That's an awful picture. Yeah, that's awful.
Can someone
it's all
and
blurred.
he's obsessed with Patrick Swayze, so people are looking up his Facebook. I mean, look, the guy's a lunatic. I don't think people should. And then here's one of his fans. Look
Your
at
shirt's 6 sizes too small. I don't care. I will.
She's just eating the pizza.
Oh, you work hard? Yeah, maybe.
Oh, what a great day. Hey, if you enjoyed the video, please do subscribe down.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah, this is how it goes, though. These people just go crazy. You know, at the beginning of the video, I was like, what is he talking about? Jeremy, the guy in the clip, the quartering, check him out. But yeah, so he was like, oh, no, he didn't go and start fighting with him until the guy came out. But that's based on Jeremy's clip at the beginning, to be fair, because I was like, wait, what are you talking about? You know, like but he took it out of context. Luckily, he played the whole thing, you know, mid-video. But yeah, exactly. It's just like this guy's just nuts. He just comes out there and starts talking trash to him. Get out of here. I don't like how you judge stuff on one bite. Then he goes and takes a selfie after. And of course, the one chick's like, you're so mean. She put it in different ways to Dave Portnoy's like, what did I do? So you know, context is like that. Someone will fight with you and then you push back. You're like, what? Screw you, buddy. What did I do to you? And then they're like, other people are like, whoa, I've had that happen. Some guy would just come and put his hands. I'm like, yo, screw you. You don't touch me. You know, you're just being a jerk and everything. He's like a friend of a friend. I'm like, why are you just ruining the night? And then other people come over and be like, hey, man, calm down. And they start putting hands on me. Like, what did I do? The guy's getting right in my face and trying to fight me. So I give it a little pushback. I don't even touch the guy. Not at all. But now I'm the aggressor in their mind. It's like, what the hell just happened? Typical like idiot tactic. That's what they do. Go and get you aggressive, and then everyone's like, "Oh, they're the people they know. Oh no, you're the one being a jerk." It's like, what did I do? I'm just minding my own business, chilling, and then this happens. So yeah, it's just like this tactic of the left, tactic of a lot of people. I don't even think it's a tactic of the left. I just think it's tactic of jerks. And yeah, I'm glad Dave put him in his place. He didn't even miss a beat. He just goes in, no, screw you, buddy, screw you. Oh, you're a joke, blah, blah, blah. What did I do? He's like, I run a business. I work hard. Like, you work hard? Well, yeah, I work hard. Well, maybe not as hard as you. The guy says that under his breath. He's like, yeah. You don't work as hard as me. Come on. If you did, you wouldn't be fat, and you wouldn't, you'd be more successful. Let's put it that way. But with that, let's move on to the next story. Student loan payments restart, which may trigger economic crisis. Here's a clip.
The story we were looking at is from CNN. Student loan interest resumes Friday and payments restart in October. Here's what borrowers should know. For the first time in more than 3 years, federal student loan borrowers will be required to pay their monthly student loan bills starting in October. The pandemic-related pause, which went into effect March 2020, provided relief to nearly 44 million borrowers by freezing their accounts.
That's crazy.
Interest will start accruing again on September 1st, after rates were effectively set to zero. Since March 2020, we know that now interest rates, which are fixed and vary by loan, will return to the same rate they were before the freeze. But borrowers still won't need to take any action until their first monthly payment is due, which means if you don't take action,
what does that mean?
You will be accruing interest on your debt and then have to pay more money.
See. But they won't default.
The difference between a forbearance and a deferment is that a forbearance means you don't have to pay, but you're still accruing interest, whereas a deferment, you don't pay, but you don't accrue interest. And those are ideal, if you're going to put them off.
For most borrowers, the first payment will be due sometime in October, but not everyone has the exact same date. Borrowers can expect to receive their bill listing their payment around the due date at least 21 days beforehand. So will my payments be the same? They generally will be. How do I find out? Blah, blah, blah. My payments were automatic before. Blah, blah. These questions aren't really as relevant. What happens if I don't pay my student loan bill? Because interest will start accruing on September 1st, not making a payment will result in a borrower owing more on their student loans over time. But for the next year, through September 30th, 2024, the government is providing what it's calling an on-ramp period, during which borrowers are shielded from other normal consequences of missing a payment. Wow. A loan servicer won't, for example, report the loan as being in default to the national credit rating agencies.
So they still have another year
borrowers don't need
that.
to apply for this benefit. This is one of the funnier elements of this. It means that as the economy starts crumbling and debt spirals out of control, you won't be able to know about it because they're not going to report the delinquencies.
Oh, interesting.
That means when that on-ramp period ends, you're going to see delinquencies from like 3% to like 43% overnight.
I wonder if we get to a point, just like we were just talking about with laws, where people are like, I don't respect that law. People are just like, I don't respect my debt.
I think there are a lot of people who say stuff like that. They're like, why? This is like, I'm never going to be able to play this out.
That's how it is already. So the student loans are nuts because they won't fall off your credit report. But most people know if you don't pay your rent and you accrue payments and then you move out, they'll put it on your credit report. But 7 years later, it's gone. Same thing with credit cards. If you miss one payment, you know, and your repayment rate, your on-time payment rate, if you miss one, it goes down to 99%, but they only report them for 7 years. So 7 years later, it'll be back. So you have any collections, anything like that, except for student loans, which is very interesting. It'll just be gone in 7 years. But that's how they do it with the student loans, and then it's a whole thing. That's why universities are so damn expensive, right? It's just like, the government guarantees them, and there's no way to even get it off. And they orchestrated this either the 70s or the 90s. I don't know. They did one in the bill in the 70s and another one in the 90s to like orchestrate like all of this nonsense. And you go and look back at those times at college prices, they're kind of flat, and then like they go with trend with inflation, and then they're flat with inflation. Then 70s they go up, and then 90s they go up even more because now it's like, the student loans are guaranteed. Anyone can get a student loan now, no matter your credit, and then they don't fall off your credit report, and you can't get rid of them for bankruptcy.
I'm not going to deal with it like there's nothing I can do. I mean, ultimately, theoretically, with consequences, but this is why the argument of like Joe Biden campaigned on, I am going to forgive student loans. That was him saying, essentially, I'm going to bail you guys out, and that's why people feel attached to him, I think, and why it's potentially the biggest flaw in his campaign, because there are people who are counting on the fact that they will not have to pay these loans because they see it as an impossible financial hurdle.
What were you saying?
I was going to say the biggest problem for me is that there's nothing stopping it from happening again if they were to bail everybody out, right? Because
unless they stopped issuing government-backed student loans, which they won't do. They still haven't done it. Sorry.
Well, even on top of that, they're not doing anything far as the universities. What's their culpability to it? Like, why does the same school that taught your parents, how come it costs 10 times more?
I just told you why.
No one addresses that. But they can just charge whatever they want, and the government just packs it up. How come the government doesn't have stipulations?
That's why.
Why can't you default on student loans?
Right. Why can't we do? Well, then,
you 7 years. I think George Bush Jr. made it illegal to bankrupt your student loans.
It's the 90s. It was Clinton.
Right, because
it's Clinton in the 90s.
I could be wrong.
I think 93
it's because the federal government stepped up even more with student loans. So they said, if we're going to step up even more and invest in the American public, we can't have them all defaulting because that would default the government. Well, here we are.
Rather than just be like, maybe this isn't a great system. Maybe we should consider not issuing these. Maybe we shouldn't be so obsessed with college being the one path to anywhere in America.
Again, it's fake now.
I get that banks are for profit.
It's really interesting because right now, college is at an all-time high. And right now, it's like back to the 50s with people that care about college degree. Like I was saying in another segment earlier, Elon Musk in SpaceX doesn't even care about a degree. You do the interview and you pass, and you can show you what if you know what you're talking about. You don't even need a college degree to work at SpaceX. And if you don't know, SpaceX is insane to try to work for. Like their interview, if you answer one thing wrong, they just be like, nope, interview's over. You can't even redeem yourself. You're like, no, it's a waste of both of our time. You have to leave. So SpaceX interviewing is insane. And if they're like, okay, you don't need a college degree for this, it's just like, bro, it's just like college degrees, you don't even need them. But now they're at an all-time high. And more companies are saying they don't care about college degrees. Because you just realize they're like indoctrination centers. They're indoctrination centers. You probably learned more on your own if you didn't have a degree. So what's even the point? I'm paying you more for what? For you have wasted your time and you're probably indoctrinated So I have to go backwards. I saw this one guy, a YouTube video like 10 years ago, and he said it's weird nowadays with millennials, and this, again, 10 years ago, so millennials are like 20s, and they're like, it's weird because I have to like be their parent. I'm their boss, and then I have to like explain all this stuff to them, like all this stuff you learned in college, it's not how it goes. And then they always just want to have emotional days. This is what the guy was saying. They want to have emotional days, time off, and he's like, no, man, you work through it. What are you talking about? And he's the one who is their boss, having to explain all this stuff to them. It's nuts. So they're making these kids pay all this money. They're indoctrinating them into it, and then you have to pay all you can't even bankrupt on it or default. Well, you can default on a student loan, but what will happen? It won't get taken off your credit in 7 years like everything else will. Yeah, it's messed up.
So they want to charge you interest to make money, which is disgusting, but that's the system. But that the government is doing this.
They charge you interest, even though they know they're going to get paid back because the government guarantees it, and you can't take it off in bankruptcy or the normal 7-year, cycle where stuff falls off. But they still charge interest.
For profit, that they're going to loan me money and then expect interest back. Like they loaned me $20,000. I don't want to pay them back more than $20,000. I've already paid $13,000 in interest.
But it's not so much about a profit. It's about how the modern monetary system works. And with the creation of the money supply, what they want you to do is pay back. Grant, don't get me wrong. Like a lot of these interest rates are greater than the rate of inflation. But a component of it is if the economy is inflating by 3%, we want you to pay back comparable buying power. If we give you 100 apples, we want 100 apples back. Guess what? In a year,
the only thing I don't really think is fair about student loans in particular is Ian's here like saying, if you loan me $20,000, I should only have to pay back $20,000. That makes absolutely no sense, because me as someone that's loaning $20,000 to 100 people, one of those people, 1 to 3, 4 of those people are not going to pay back. So in order to actually be able to loan that money, in theory, not the student loans, because it's all a bunch of nonsense, but on the surface, I'm responding to this. For a normal loan, 3 of those people, that $60,000, I have to make money back. Otherwise, and then how am I going to earn more money to go to 200 people or 300 people? I have 100 people loaned out, and they're not going to pay me back for years. So the only way for me to be able to loan to more people, which I think most people would agree would be a good thing. You get capital and you can create more businesses, more opportunity. The way to do that is you need to charge interest to get profit. And then what's the incentive for me to give you $20,000 if I'm not going to get anything out of it? I'll just keep it and do what I want with it for safe haven. So, no, I get that. I'm like, charge interest. I have no problem at all with interest in loans, not at all. The student loans are interesting, though, because they're guaranteed to get them back, and then the amount of interest is quite outrageous, and you can't even take them off of the bankruptcy or anything. But I think they should charge interest. I think that's fair. It's just the amount they charge over so long, and then you can't even get them off of your credit report no matter what, unless you pay it off. So the amount of interest they're charging, I agree, is quite outrageous, for the circumstances of that loan, because they just guaranteed to pay them back. But I think they should still get some amount of money back. Otherwise, what's the incentive to loan out the money in the first place?
Apples are going to cost more money. You're going to need more money to pay back.
I'd be down with that if you paid back with your increase with inflation. If it went up with inflation, that would be understandable. That would be logistical. But this just flat out interest rates, compound interest on 18-year-olds that aren't taught about compound interest, full predatory, man. And I don't refuse to pay back the interest. I'm not interested in doing it.
Here's a story from entrepreneur.com. This gets worse before it gets better. Kevin O'Leary warns of real chaos set to hit the U.S. economy this fall. I thought this was interesting. I saw this a couple days ago. He said, you're just starting to see the chips fall. The layering is as follow. The regional banks don't know yet what their capital requirements are going to be. So their loan books have closed like a turtle in a shell. This gets worse before it gets better. And what's it doing to small business? Killing them right now.
That's us been for a long time. My roommate, he's almost 25. I know him through my brother. We moved to Texas together. We started a business together like 6-7 years ago. Moved to Texas when he was just around 18 years old. Go him. Overachiever. He did know me though, not to toot my own horn. But anyway, so for me, my mom got a credit card for me when I was 18, you know, and I got like $2,000 when I was 18. No credit. Easy. My friend here, my roommate, you know, ever since he's been 18, then I think, when I was 18, I was born in 88, so 2006, before the financial crisis, 2006, 2007, and easily got $2,000 in credit. My friend, he's 24, almost, he's going on 25. He can't get credit. He hasn't had credit. Didn't really have an interest in it. I've talked him into kind of starting to build it just in case, but they just won't give him credit because he doesn't have any. So he has to go get a secured card, put $200 into that, and probably wait a year, and then he can actually get credit. Back in 2006, they would just give you credit. So now it's even crazier. They're closing the books on everything. My credit, I tried to get more credit cards in April to, try to build up my portfolio. My credit at the time was a bit over 700. I got 2 cards. One was 1,000 and one was 500. That's all I got. That's it. I was like, I thought I had over 700. I was like, I have a friend who has like $80,000, $100,000 in credit. And then I'm just like, oh, cool. I'll probably get like 20,000. No, they gave me 1,500. One card, 500. One card, 1,000. That's how it is now. It's insane. They don't want to give you money to like anybody at this point. So you could like ask if the economy's good or bad, and then use your own anecdotal evidence like I do, inflation and stuff on Austin, how the prices are. But that just goes to show you how scary it really is. Even financial institutions who can make a lot of money off of people, they won't even give people money because they're so scared about it.
Money is being pumped into small businesses and blame the most recent Fed hikes, including a benchmark raise of 0.25% last month, yada, 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 yada. The only thing I really care about this article is it's another high-profile business person sounding the alarm bells on the economy. Yep. And after learning about what's about to happen with student loans kicking in and a lot of people not being able to pay them back, it is not unreasonable, in my opinion, that could be a large catalyst, or at least a small component of. I don't know if it's a big component or the small component of some kind of economic crisis, especially if it hits the co-signers on the student loan debt. And then, of course, you have, I've mentioned several times, Michael Burry betting against the U.S. stock market. It seems like the people.
And the guy from Shark Tank, he's predicting that by Christmas that the economy's going to collapse or the market's going to crash, is how he put it. So yeah, and like I said in my video yesterday, generally, when markets do crash, they crash in the fall. And it's in an election year, presidential election year, or the year before. And here we are, year before. So very interesting. If it doesn't crash this year, it's probably going to really start in March. That's how it kind of starts, like with the banks this year. The Silicon Bank started it. This same thing happened in 2007. Again, crashed in the year before an election year. And then 2008, it really crashed in the fall. But it seems like that's going to be the case this year. Year before the election year, banks fall. By the fall, they're probably really going to fall. And then next year, it's really going to just really hit the fan. But it's going to be way worse than 2008 for sure. That was the mortgage problem, was like one industry. This is just the whole financial sector and the U.S. dollar as a whole, considering how much we've printed. Just go look at how much the U.S. has printed the last few years. And you'll be like, wow, the amount of debt that we've accrued. So, it's scary.
Money are concerned the market's going to take a hit. I have no idea what that means. I got people asking me every day, like, should I buy property right now? I'm like, I had no idea. Because they're like, but if the market's going to crash, I'm like, maybe. Probably. I have no idea.
But what do you do to avoid it?
Most, and it's so infuriating, is we get these jobs numbers out every month, and the White House or mainstream media, take your pick, they put this positive little spin on it and wrap it up in a little bow, rather than just telling the Americans, hey, here's the problem, and here's what you guys can do as citizens of this country to help everybody and work towards resolving this problem, because it is so complex and there's no easy solution out of this.
The economy?
Yeah, but it's so political. That's why they do it. And these job numbers, like I was saying yesterday, they're nonsense. I didn't look into this specific job report, but I've looked into plenty of them in the past, Biden and back in Obama. And what they do, especially with under Biden, is the old people will come back to work. So they're like, oh, look at there's these other jobs. They're part-time jobs. So they don't have to pay benefits and they don't have to pay overtime. And then, so they'll be part-time. So someone will lose their full-time job with benefits and go get a part-time job, 2 part-time jobs, maybe even 3 part-time jobs. And like, oh, look at how many jobs got added. We added 200,000 jobs this month or per quarter or whatever. And then it's just like, well, they're all part-time and not good jobs. And then all the good jobs we lost. So, but that's how they finagle it. And that's how they use it. And then retirees, the economy's so bad. Like, oh, look at these jobs that they're retirees. They have to go back to work. And so they add these jobs, low paying, and then the retirees have to take these part-time, low paying jobs just to make ends meet. Then they need to get 2 of them, even retirees. So then, oh, that's 2 more jobs. That's how they do this type of stuff to say there's jobs getting added, but they're not good jobs. Well, if you go look under Obama, they did that. We're doing the same thing under Obama, and now it's even worse under Biden.
Yeah. I mean, this all ties into the state of the economy right now.
It's not monetary, that's for sure. We're not going to fix the economy by another kind of money. It's going to be through material.
Sorry to cut him off again, but last night I ordered Instacart. I got 3 jugs of water, a pack of sparkling water, some allergy pills, tissues, and paper towel. $72 for that. I was telling my roommate, I was like, man, I'm almost 35. Birthday's on Tuesday. Happy birthday to me. September 5th. But anyway, I know I'm kind of old, but when I was like 12, that would have cost like $12. And now it's $72 just for that. Tissues, paper towels, allergy pills that I get like the store brand too. So they're like $15 for a 30-day supply. 3 jugs of water and a pack of sparkling water. $72. Insanity. So you could just tell the economy from that is just wild. That's crazy compared to a few years ago.
I talked with Stu Peters about this. I believe it's live on his channel on Rumble, but I'll be posting a link on that on Twitter later. The interview I did with Stu Peters. It's technology. If we can make energy cheaper, make fuel cheaper,
nuclear,
the economy has become better. And so if you make if a tenth of the economy is fuel and you make that a tenth cheaper, you've basically made 1% of your economy. You've made your economy a 1% better. So it's like.
It's more than
that. That's why I'm
but
obsessed with hydrogen fuel right now. Like I feel like we can make cheap fuel, make cheap heat, electricity, building materials, transportation. The basics.
The trouble is when you see these videos at a Times Square where someone goes up to another person and says, "Name a country that starts with the letter U," and they can't do it, or they say like, "Who's the current president of the United States?" and they don't know it, and they'll say like, "When did America get its independence?" And they'll be like 1871. Like they've no idea.
1871.
And you have a lot of these people, they vote. And when you see these videos, there are powerful individuals who then are deeply offended that these people are consuming resources and polluting. And so they turn around and say stuff like, we need to get a control on overpopulation because there's too many of these people weighing us down. You then get phrases like useless eaters.
Yeah, that's kind of what's the thing is, though, is what people say like before public schools in the late 1800s and the early 1900s, before public schools really went insane. The people were smarter. The average person was way smarter. So they create all this. They create these public school systems, and then people are stupid. And then they're like, see, this is the reason why we don't need as many people. So you created all this. You could have made them smart, and this is why. Is because who's going along with the population control? These idiots that can't even name a country that starts with a U when they live in a country that starts with a U. It's nuts. So it's like you created all this, and now it's a cycle. It's a giant cycle because the elites will create this public school system, like I was just saying, and then they teach these people, and then the people that go through the public school system, they're the ones who want more population control or support the people that want population control. Oh man, I gotta say, it's a good method to do what they've probably wanted, and they just use that as an excuse. If it's by accident, they are really stupid, even though they're elitist or like elites. they're just like, oh, okay, well, we want population control because people are stupid. But then the reason why people are stupid is because of you. And then it's ironic again because, to reiterate, they went through their public school system and now they support the population control. It's insane.
You get weird international policies such as you will own nothing and you will be happy. And ultimately that means, Ian, you will not get your cold fusion and your spaceships, because in the event that there's an energy revolution on par with like this level of fusion energy, which is insane, that would mean a massive and explosive population boom.
You don't even need fusion. If you do localized fission, molten salt reactors, and they want to do them like, there's a lot of startups that are really cool, which is kind of scary, is Bill Gates is funding one. I wish I would remember the name of it, but I can't offhand. But probably avoid that one. But the tech and him just teaching people about it, maybe it'll backfire on him. But they want to make nuclear fission reactors, molten salt reactors, which goes in a cycle and it doesn't like deplete uranium or anything. They use thorium and it turns into uranium and then plutonium, and I think it just goes in a cycle if I remember correctly. So they're starting to make those the size of a garage. If we can do that, that is the future. Hydrogen and stuff, okay, fine, but you have to use more electricity to make the hydrogen than you actually get, and hydrogen's just hard to get unless you get it from water on Earth. So it's just like, yeah, what's really would be crazy is nuclear fission. Yeah, fusion would be outrageous, and fusion has made a lot of breakthroughs the last couple of years. The one is actually making a bit more energy than it consumes, finally. Yeah, they take these two things and they slam them together, bam, and it actually makes more energy than it consumes. Pretty fascinating. So this is like the future. Hydrogen,
That's for sure.
And there's a lot of powerful people who don't want that to happen.
Yeah, for sure.
You think with how expensive college is, we'd be seeing some more of this these technological advancements. We wouldn't be seeing train derailments in East Palestine.
No, it's the opposite.
How much Americans are paying for college, but we're not.
But the other thing is, like, college is a business, right? Like, I don't even know that all degrees are equal. I think there are programs that are probably great, but generally, people are paying to have the certificate. They are not actually always advancing to the level that we'd like them to see, or that would be implied by the fact that you went to college. A lot of people are in debt, basically having graduated by the skin of their teeth and having learned nothing. I mean, there are colleges that closed during COVID because the enrollment is so low and because ultimately the business of college is failing.
It's interesting that guy just said that. I think his name's Kellen. He's like, well, with the prices of college going up, you think tech would be better. No, it's why? Back when you could just go work a summer job for 4 years in a row while you're out of school for the summer. That's why tech got so good when you have to go every waking moment for 30 years trying to pay off your degree. You're stressed out. You're not thinking about new tech advancements. Like back then, like, what do you have? You have your family and you have your job, and then your hobbies. Now, on top of that, you have this crazy debt that you can't remove from your credit report no matter what. No, of course you're not going to be thinking about just doing a bunch of new technical advancements. You're worried about paying your bills and supporting your family, even having a family most of the time nowadays with the economy and student loan debt. You have to go be paying $1,000 a month for a college degree. You can't afford a family. So, no, it's the complete opposite. When you're happy with a family and you're debt-free, you have everything you want, yeah, of course, you're going to be thinking of new advancements. If you have all this other stuff on top of you, bogging you down, no, you're just going to go to work and you're going to be stressed out when you get home and just probably want to play video games or get drunk or something because you're just so stressed out. You just need to, alleviate that somehow. Back then, you didn't need it necessarily. Maybe people would have a few drinks or whatever, but it's just like it wasn't just so heavy on people, so they could have time to think. And when they had a drink, it was probably like at the bar, just working and stuff. It wasn't just like, how am I going to pay my bills? This wasn't an existential threat like nawadays. Now it's just like, oh my God, that's all you can think about because if you're homeless, you can't have a job, and then you can't work on this at all. So step one is just to have just general security, and people can't do that nowadays because of the loan. Well, a lot of different reasons, but that's part of it. If you go to college and stuff to learn this type of stuff, that'd be part of it. That's what I was saying earlier. Don't get a degree. Go on Brilliant or something. Brilliant.com. You've probably seen YouTubers support it. I'm not sponsored by them, sadly. I'd take it, though. Maybe. I don't know if my audience would actually really sign up for it. But maybe. But anyway, so like Brilliant, like you could go learn from that, and then you don't have the debt, and then you could just focus on that. And you don't have to worry about all this nonsense.
Small Rabbit Monkey said, "Yes, you will, Ian. Don't listen to Tim." So I'm going to see that cold fusion. Thanks, Small Rabbit.
No,
Monkey.
I think we will, but I think there's powerful individuals who are trying to reduce population,
and they have a reasonable fear, because if every human had access to unlimited energy, Timothy McVeigh, what else would he have blown up? Like a psychoterrorist that had a horrible childhood, just beat, that hates humanity, has access to unlimited power. Like that's severely dangerous. So I understand why, but. There's scales. I don't want to give everyone cold fusion packs just yet, but hydrogen fuel, it's lightweight and could be cheaper than gasoline.
I'm thinking about what
but
is
you
about
have to
hit
use
the economy.
more energy to make hydrogen than you get out of it. So that's the only problem there.
And perhaps the only solution is going to be student loan debt forgiveness in some capacity. It was easy to say when we were talking about 24 and 25-year-olds up to maybe like early 30s that we don't want to forgive student loans. These older people have all paid them back. It's like, look, these people paid why it's not fair. There's a lot of questions about fairness, about making the working class pay the bills of the highest income earners. But I think there is a harsh reality to whatever your opinion is. You're presented with two parent factions or parent paths to take. One, we do not bail out the people who have student loan debt. And then these people who are in their mid to late 30s and 40s, don't have families, don't have kids, don't buy property, become angry and purposeless and violent.
You could just, instead of forgiving student loan debt, change it to like how everything is. If you don't pay for 7 years, it falls off. If you get a loan and you don't pay it for 7 years, it falls off, and you could get rid of it from bankruptcy. So just do everything. You don't have to forgive it per se. I mean, bankruptcy, they forgive it kinda, but if you have assets, you give that back to the person who gave you the loan, and then you kind of do like a compromise. You meet in the middle. But just to forgive them outright and then use government money for it, yeah, that's kind of crazy. But let people take it off in 7 years if they want to wait that long, and then what pays for that? Insurance. That's what's always been the case. You know, you get insured. These credit card companies or creditors, they go and get insurance for the people that don't pay back. And even if they don't, they price that into their price of interest. And, you know, that's how it works. But the fact you can't get rid of student loans at all is just, that it's crazy. But you don't need to get forgiveness. I mean, bankruptcy is kind of forgiveness, but again, there's more of a compromise in bankruptcy. It's not just, okay, you don't have to pay anything. That 7 year thing is wild, though, because, if you just wait 7 years, you just don't have to pay anything. But that's a long time to have a credit hit.
We do bail them out, and the people who are supposed to be the crux of the economy resume working, have the load taken off their backs, and it stabilizes things a little bit. It's a question about the 2008 crisis when they bailed out the banks. Do you let the economy just course correct, shock everybody? There's going to be large amounts of death because of this, because of the economic crisis? Or do you bail out, alleviate some of the crisis, extend it for a little longer, but reduce the amount of death? It's serious questions.
But no, so no. It reduces the amount of death for now, but it just kicks the can down the road. It just makes it worse. Peter Schiff has this analogy of like a heroin addict. You know, you go and you kick it down the road and let him do heroin for another month instead of getting him off. But then another month after, he's going to have worse withdrawals, and he's going to be way more likely to die. So getting it over with would really help you. But I don't know if they're death or anything. Maybe. But I think like charities and stuff, they're going to help people out, you know. So I don't know, but it's hard to say. It's really hard to say. Whenever someone talks about all this doomsday stuff like the economy, I've talked to people about if the dollar collapses and the government collapses, they're like, oh man, that's going to be so crazy. I'm like, it will be, but I think it'll only take like 3 to 4 months. And then most people I think will probably think it's like takes years, like the Great Depression. The Great Depression only lasted years because the government tried to intervene to stop it. And then it lasted so long, it's outrageous. Because the government just kept trying to stop it. If they would have just left it alone, then it probably would have just been a few months. So I guess it just depends if the government, how hard they go and if people listen to it, and the next crash. It's really interesting.
The reasonable approach that the government will likely want to take is going to be a bailout, whether Joe Biden wants to or not. And in fact, you may see this in 2024, Joe Biden coming out and saying, one of the biggest drags on our economy right now is student loan debt, and you all know it. Each and every one of you that is saddled with the debt that you can't pay back as you're living paycheck to paycheck, we will get it done.
Then why'd you start all this?
We will pass the bill, blah, blah, blah.
He's probably right, but it's all a joke, isn't it? It's like a giant joke. They saddled everyone with the student loan debt by giving the non-bankruptcy and everything, and now it's just like, oh, okay, now you're all saddled with it. Now we can fix it, even though we started all of it.
You got to vote for Democrat down ticket. What's Trump going to say?
Well, you look at what they're doing. So if I owe Joe Biden 10 grand in debt, he's like, you can't pay that back. So what I'm going to do is print money and then take it from you and pay me back sooner. Right. And I'm like, dude, you can't force me to pay you back, Joe Biden. And so no, let me pay you back at my pace, which is a zero because I have no interest in paying it back.
But I think the libertarian response is going to be let the system crumble. Yep. Just let it fall apart, and then we'll just restart from where we are.
I'm all about with putting the default on the loaners. Whoever loaned the money, you're not getting it back. I'm not all about printing up money to pay back those loaners.
But the problem is the loaner is the government.
Mm-hmm.
So they got to take the default. I mean, what's the point anyway? It's like $1 trillion. What's the difference?
I mean, I would love to have one presidential candidate say, when I'm in office, I'm going to stop issuing student loans, right? Because the system is broken. We can see it. We haven't dealt with the fallout yet.
Stop.
But
just
no one is
stop
saying
guaranteeing
that. Like,
them
why can't we
do
just
now.
stop a terrible program from existing?
That's why it's so expensive.
I got to read this super chat from Sumner. What does it say? Sumner.
I wish I was on this episode.
Citibank has a total of 14 trillion? No, 14 billion.
15 basically.
About 15 billion. I was like, the trillion doesn't make sense. Oh no, okay, I see right here. 15 billion shorting the Nasdaq, and 7 billion shorting the S&P. Bank of America has 23 billion shorting the Nasdaq and 18 billion shorting the S&P.
Wow.
Reminds me of
they're
the Big
shorting
Short,
like
when
crazy.
The guys who bet against the housing market were wondering why their credit default swaps were stable as delinquencies were skyrocketing and the mortgages were becoming worthless. It's because the banks were lying about what was going on so they could offload their exposure to unsuspecting smaller banks and lenders.
That's why it all got consolidated.
So they would go and say, hey, this is worth a lot of money. You should buy it. Then they would. Then as soon as they offloaded all their debt, they went, market's exploding. Have a nice day. And nobody goes to jail for it.
And at the end of the Big Short,
government bailed them
they said, they had a little joke. How you're like, oh, we totally held people accountable. Just kidding. No, we didn't. So my question to you guys is, regarding the current situation, the current economy and student loans, should anyone be arrested? And if so, who? Should people be held accountable?
Just change the system.
What should happen? I know you guys kind of started talking about it with the defaulters.
I don't know about arrest, but what I will say is
change the system.
If you
don't
actually
arrest
want to solve
people.
a problem, you first identify what's causing the problem. And I don't see that part. I see people are going straight to the problem and trying to band-aid it. But ultimately, they're not stopping, the bleeding from the wound. The biggest issue that I see is that the federal government is trying to play manufacturing middle class, right? So that's why they're throwing all this money. Anybody can get a student loan. That's when you start seeing for-profit colleges that don't care about anything. Whereas our parents' days, they got accepted into school. That was the only way you got a college education, right? So they had to
it was way cheaper.
On top of that, they had to find some sort of way to get a loan. But back then, it was reasonable. Now it's becoming an entire economy on its own, based off of cheap money from the government, but because it's no regard, they'll just give it to anybody. That's part of the problem. Same thing with
part of the problem. That is the problem.
Ultimately, it stemmed from the federal government trying to manufacture the middle class by saying, the American dream is to own a home, so we're going to make it easier for everybody. And what do? They messed up the market, and they messed up everything. Incentivized.
And now it's ironic, like I was saying earlier, it's like now you college degree is worthless. So you pay as much as you've ever paid ever, but now it's as useless as ever. When you used to be able to just work a summer job and be able to pay for this stuff. You didn't need a loan. This guy's kind of wrong. You know, I appreciate what he's saying and everything. I appreciate his point, but no, he's kind of wrong. Like, you didn't used to need a loan and have credit for it. You used to get accepted and you could just pay for college because it was like $3,000 a semester. You go work a summer job, $3,000. You live with your parents. There you go. And there's the money for your college.
And that's what we're seeing with the student loan market. And they're not going to punish the people who are actually abusing it, right? The colleges, no one's talking about the colleges. Everything's about what's Joe Biden going to do. No one's ever talked about the colleges. No one ever talks about the endowment. Right? No one.
Well, Chamberlain does.
What is the
seize the endowments?
What's the endowment? Yeah, I hear that. Seize the endowments. What is the endowment exactly?
Explain
it's
it.
Basically, how much money they just got sitting in reserves.
Yep.
Right.
There you go.
Even just money that's been left to them or given to them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Tax-free stuff. People are donating.
People are donating, getting a tax credit, and then that generates money off of it.
Does the government?
It's from. The endowment is from multiple things. It is from donating, but then it's also because the degrees are so damn expensive that they just go set that in a coffer, and they're billions of dollars. These guys, like University of Michigan, years ago, maybe 2015, had like I can't remember exactly. I'm just going off the top of my head, $1 to $3 billion, and it's crazy how much it probably is now. So that just shows they don't need to charge as much. They don't pay. The administrators get most of that kickback. Teachers don't get. I mean, the professors get paid decently, but they suck and they just indoctrinate people. So they shouldn't be getting paid as much as they do, anyways. But then the university just takes it. They just take it and put it in an endowment, and they don't use it for anything. They call it a rainy day fund. So it's like,
Give them endowment money as well.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't believe so. But even from
the government does.
Let's say
he's wrong about that. Does the government give them endowment money? Like Trump was saying when he was president, if people were doing certain things that he didn't like, he said that they were going to get rid of federal funding, which is an endowment payment, whatever that means. All an endowment is profit sitting in the coffers, like how Apple, at least pre-COVID, had $100 billion sitting in its bank accounts. Is someone giving them money to put into their bank account if you buy an iPhone? I mean, yes and no, because it goes to manufacturing, it goes to stuff, but it's also going into their profit pool, like a portion of that. So it's like, does the government give them endowment payments? That's not the right way to look at it, because they're just giving them money and some of that goes into the endowment thing. And I know they get federal funding. So there you go.
College has, $500 million. I don't know. I'm just making up a number, but they're still charging your kid $20,000 a semester, right? Does that seem like it makes a whole lot of sense? Why is it so expensive? I'm not saying it should be free.
Because the loan is guaranteed.
Expensive?
That's
on
why.
Top of that,
That's
I was
why.
talking to Shane Cashman.
That's
He's an adjunct professor. They don't pay anything for these people.
Yep.
And they hire a whole bunch of adjunct professors. So, I mean,
it's a scam.
It's one big scam. And now they're saying, let's bail out everybody.
The government started
keep
it.
the system in place. And guess what? In 10 to 15
Government
years,
created
we'll
all
be
this.
back at the same point.
Yeah, it seems like the college system is decrepit at this point, and that you can educate yourself online and learn faster, more readily, and from home.
Are the salaries of the presidents of colleges public, generally speaking? I don't know off the top of my head. I'd be so curious to see how much money the upper management is making at these schools, because I had no idea about the adjunct professor thing.
$2 million
crazy.
Yeah.
The president of Yale makes $1.9 million a year.
Wow.
And remember, there's like the adjunct professors, but then they hire crazy administrative blow, right? There was a administrator and a sub-administrator and someone who helps with the paperwork and whatever else, all the way down. So if the point of the institution is to have, professors that are researching and studying things, that they're good educators, why are they not the priority? Why do we have 85 administrators for every one professor? That's not the actual statistic. I'm making that up.
But they're never incentivized to cut the fat.
Yeah.
Right. They operate very similar to how the
loans are
government
guaranteed.
operates. They create a job and that job never goes away. Right. So if the government said we will only give money, but only up to a certain amount, and they started doing that wide scale, they'd have no choice
What are you talking about? The government only gives money up to this. Just tell them they can't guarantee loans with the bankruptcy and the credit. So you want to get more government involved? Let's create more laws. This is always the flaw with people. They're like, do you know how we solve a problem that government 100% caused and we know created, and we could go look at the laws that got created and then go look at the price and look at how it went out of control? Do you know how we solve that? We give more government control and we create more government laws. Like, no, just get rid of the old ones, bro. What do you just stop? Don't put more regulations on if you can get the money. Just go get rid of the stipulation that student loans aren't allowed to get rid of in bankruptcy, and they'll fall off your credit. Then they wouldn't be giving them to everybody. The college would get way cheaper, and then there you go. There you go. Then they wouldn't be able to afford all this fat. They wouldn't have all these endowments. Ugh.
But to cut the costs. Otherwise, they have no customer. Right. So then what do? They start cutting the fat. We can't have 5 administrators for this tax.
I hate when people think that you solve government problems with more government.
If we're going to keep everybody making about the same amount. So we have to start cutting the fat. No one ever does that when it comes to college debt. They always say, what's the federal government going to do for us? They're the ones who screwed this all up in the first place.
And that's by giving unlimited loans.
Yeah. I mean, quite literally.
But you can't default on it.
You can't default on it, but anybody can get it.
Were they like trying to catch up with the colleges raising costs, so they would give more loan? They'd be like, "Oh, we'll
how do these guys not know any about this?"
I always heard the inverse, that colleges raise costs because basically they were guaranteed that you would be able to pay tuition instead of being like, "Well, what can the average family or the average individual reasonably pay to attend our school?" They were like, "Well, you just take out a loan, right?" Like even now, I don't know if your son will end up if he's not applied to college yet, right?
No.
Okay, so some colleges will send you like the acceptance letter. I remember this happening to me, and they'll be like, "Congratulations, you got a scholarship. That's so exciting." Except half of your scholarship is a loan. So they're presenting it to you like, "Wow, we really want you to come here," but actually what they want is for you to take out a loan to go there, which is what everyone wants you to do
and then they
anyways.
get paid
That's
full
also
price.
what the federal government wants you to do. One time we talked about on the show, like, I don't advocate that you give to your university, but if you were to, why can't you give directly to a student who is trying to pay off their student loans? Why can't you cover a portion of tuition instead of it going into a pool where then the 800 administrators that they have decide who gets it later? Why can't you have a more direct contact with the student? Because again, ultimately a lot of the money goes into the endowment, which never really reaches the people who need it, like the program heads, like the adjunct professors, like the students.
Well, back to what Tim said, it's a scam. It's not really about the students.
Not at all.
They give them a superficial product to make them feel like they're learning.
They push them into it,
We go and take these useless classes to make us feel like we're being educated, right? But they leave, and I've talked to so many college graduates where I'm like, I don't know what I learned, right? So you spent 4 years in college. You came out learning what? But you owe all this money. You got
indoctrination.
Scammed, like I don't know any other way to put it.
What if we had like a Patreon thing for online college? I know Jordan Peterson's working on setting up an online college, and there's like Phoenix University, which was kind of a predecessor. I don't know how that works exactly.
As Jordan
Peterson, if you could watch the individual students learning, and you're like, I love that guy. I love how fast he's learning. I want to give him $10 a month. Just like that. For a cup of coffee a day, you can.
But like, not the students, the professors.
Oh, yeah, and you can fund the professors too. That'd be awesome.
But that's how you do it. So what you do is you create an online university that gets accredited, that issues degrees, and then you say, here are all the professors and all the subjects we have available, and when you enroll in one of these classes, you are paying monthly to that professor. The professor, like 5% goes to the university, or 10, like whatever, like probably 10% makes sense because there's like transactional fees
So what
and
are you
then server
talking about?
fees. But it's basically a Patreon for education.
Yeah.
And then when you complete the course, you'll get a degree from the university.
But for me, who's not even at the school, I just get to watch them learn online, the kids, and they don't have money, some of them, so I want to fund them to go to college. Like, I'm like in my 40s. I'm done with that shit. I just got money lying around. I want to fund. I'm just saying, I personally am not in that state yet, but there's always something to do with your money. But I would like to help fund kids without making them take loans out.
Well, those are called scholarships.
Yeah, so it'd be like a proactive scholarship.
It's funny about what he's saying. I get where he's coming from, but you got to kill the government program because if you want to fund someone with a scholarship, the price for the college degree is still going to be the same because they can get everyone else just to take a loan out. So the price is going to be the same for that degree. Now you just have to pay full price for the degree. School, the kid doesn't have to pay it, but that's not going to help college costs go back down to a reasonable level or a fair market level.
like an endowment directly to the student.
Yeah, I wish there was more
a scholarship.
Yeah, that isn't administrated by the university that's going to sort
right.
of.
Where I get to
they're
pick,
private scholarships. There's tons of them.
Yeah.
Where you get to pick who gets it.
Yeah, there's like private. There's nonprofits and foundations and grants.
But again, the
and
price
there
is
are
still going to be
foundations
full
that
price.
will be like,
when it
we
shouldn't
give
be the high.
a grant to Asian Americans who are low income and want to go to college, and then they contact the institution.
The whole
they
point
fill
of
out
this is
paperwork, and they
get
say,
rid of the
write us an essay on why we should give you the money, and if you get approved, we pay for your college.
Yeah, but I guess I would like to cut out the middleman where it's like if I had money, I could give it directly to a student at a school that
Tax-free.
you know what I
Doesn't
mean?
matter.
Instead of it going to an administrator at a nonprofit or at a school who then decides who gets
It's
it later.
going to, if you're giving it to the, how do these guys, no offense, I love Tim Cass, but this conversation is really, they're just missing the point, I think, of all of this. You have to get rid of the federal law that guarantees the loan. Otherwise, the price is going to stay up high, and you could go give them that scholarship, but the price isn't going to go down. And really, if you just had the price go down because you got rid of that federal law, right, then everyone could go there without you giving them a scholarship. Give a scholarship, awesome. But it's just like if you go and spend that $300,000 when it should be $30,000 for that 6-year degree, okay, cool. They don't have to worry about it. That's awesome, but it's not helping the system. It's just you're making this small little dent. What is it doing? It's not doing anything. It's helping like 2 people. Kill the federal law of that's doing all this. The whole system changes, and now everyone could just pay on their own. And then if you want to go help 10 people, 20 people for the same amount, that'd be amazing. But until we kill that law, the law that guarantees loans, it's never going to happen.
Build the technology, call it the scholarship.
It'd be interesting. I mean, one of the challenges is that education is great, and I think people feel starved for that in a way, and I wish we had more decentralized way. I mean, YouTube is the great example, right?
On, bro.
Everyone
There's
always says you can look up anything on YouTube. You could learn so much, and that's amazing. I wish that like
there's so much
it would be
decentralized
cool if cities had
education.
like more. I mean, public libraries do this and stuff. It's just we default to thinking the university is what's providing the lecturers or
I don't
the
think
the
that.
things
I don't
that you can
default
go
to that.
just to learn.
I say
And
brilliant.com.
I
and
think
stuff
that's
like that.
where
I
we kind of
default to.
get this like shopping mall effect with universities. We think that's sort of where you go. Like after you finish high school, you go there and you get all the skills you need, and then you leave, and it's all kind of centrally located. But really, you know, if you're actively interested in a subject, you have to be more proactive. The university isn't going to really educate you on a lot of things, especially we've talked about this before. When you come out of high school, not knowing how to pay your taxes and things like that. Like there are skills that you just continue to put off, and then finally you're like 22, 23 getting out of college, and maybe you learn something, but also you don't have any practical skills.
Right. And I think,
indoctrinated.
Part of the problem, I think
capitalism is the
Americans
problem.
have caved into thinking that education is institutionalized. Like that's the only way that you can learn.
I think it's changing,
means
but
the only
these
way you
people
can
think
learn is
that, so
by
maybe I'm
going
wrong.
to a public school. The only way that you can have a real education if you go to a college or a university. That's the only way. Outside of that, you're part of the non-educated class, right?
This
Meanwhile,
has changed.
these people who spend
the last
God
few
knows how
years,
much
5
money,
years.
spend how many years within school, come out knowing nothing and making less. And like everything is the inverse, and it doesn't make any sense.
And it's interesting because like people are like paying for this. People are paying for this, and you could just go get job experience instead. You know, you could go get job experience, and you can go get job experience and then get paid to learn how to do stuff. Instead, with colleges, what do? You go and you pay into it. You have to pay to get experience. So, yeah, that's the thing. It's just crazy. People need to get rid of this notion that that's what you have to do. Like, go to college and all this. These guys are saying that. And what's interesting about the scholarships, to reiterate just real quick, yeah, you have to go to these, get scholarships. But then it's like, if the federal law is not done, then what's going to happen? The prices are going to stay the same. They get guaranteed loans. They can't file for bankruptcy. They get the money no matter what. Why would they change anything? You know what I mean? So, yeah, that is like something people really just got to start keeping in mind. It's nuts. You know what I mean? So, yep. That whole industry needs to change, and people need to wake up to that and just realize you don't need universities. Why pay into it when you can just, work on your own, go get a summer job, and in turn, maybe you won't get paid anything for a year or two or get like paid minimum wage, but now you didn't have to pay for the degree. So if it kind of works out. You didn't get paid for 2 years, but at least you got education for free. But with that, let's move on to the last and final story. Call of Duty starts recording all voice chat and banning people using AI. Here's a clip.
Here we go from timcast.com. Russia activates world's most powerful nuke.
Sorry about that. What is happening? I had a perfect read, and then look at what goes on. All right, let's try this again. Call of Duty starts recording all voice chat and banning people using AI. Here's a clip.
I don't know if anyone's still playing Call of Duty or Warzone, but they're now recording all of your voice conversations.
This is crazy.
And using such to moderate in-game. I'm sure this is going to go totally well. I'm sure no one's going to use this to get people banned at all whatsoever. This is yet more nanny stating. You know, they made sure they put what's her name. You know, Nicki. They added Nicki Minaj into the game, but you know, in the meantime, Call of Duty will now add real-time in-game voice chat moderation in Call of Duty. AI-powered detection will work in-game to listen.
This is dystopian.
Rule-breaking issues.
I like AI, but this makes me not like AI.
So even if you're playing with your friends,
good and bad,
right? And you're roasting your own friends. We all know how awesome and effective AI is, right? We all know how completely devoid of errors AI is.
And how unbiased
it is. Modern Warfare 2 and Warzone in North America, and expands worldwide with Modern Warfare 3.
That's a game coming out in November. That's the next Call of Duty coming out in a few months.
Call of Duty is taking the next step forward in its commitment to combat toxic and disruptive behavior with in-game voice chat moderation, beginning with the launch of Call of Duty Modern Warfare this November 10th. Modern Warfare 3.
Yeah, Modern Warfare 3.
Activision will team up with Modulate to deliver global real-time voice chat moderation at scale, starting with this fall's upcoming Call of Duty blockbuster. Remember that now. Look, I admit, okay, I am weak. I still buy Madden every year, and I know that it doesn't get any better.
Get Origin Pass.
They change a few little things.
What?
They reuse all the assets, and they get my $70.
You could go and get Origin Pass, dude, and it's like $10, $15 a month, and you get all of EA's games for $100 a year if you get the annual. You're spending $70 for one game? Why? That is wild, and it's all cross-platform. You could get you could get it for all the platforms. So if you have a PC, PlayStation, whatever, you can just go and get the games for all of them. Jeremy, what are you doing?
It's weak. I'm weak.
Yeah, and it doesn't make financial sense.
Also the same way with Call of Duty. Every time Call of Duty comes out, oh, this is a new game. It's Call of Duty. I buy it every year, so I just have to buy it. I have fear of missing out. This is absolutely insane. Not only are you going to have enormous numbers of people getting unfairly banned, you're going to have people like me who are now not going to buy Modern Warfare 3 if they go forward with this.
I never voice chat or chat on Call of Duty, so I don't care that much. It's just
moderation
the principle.
Utilizes Toxmod,
it won't affect me.
The AI-powered voice chat moderation technology to modulate and identify in real time and enforce against toxic speech. Well, what's toxic speech?
You know what it is. Come on.
Including hate speech. We all know, say it with me, there's no such thing as hate speech. Hate speech is just a word that they use
stuff that determines it
as a catch-all for reasons to ban people.
Yep.
That's what they do.
But you know what words are included in that.
I hear you all typing in the comments, making fun of me about Madden. I accept it. I'm a weak man.
I'm making fun of you because you don't get Origin Pass, and you get the 3 months you play
language
it. You
will
can just pay $30 and then have a ton
more.
Of other games.
I wonder what's in the and more part of that. Now, we already saw Call of Duty have this absolutely moronic stand against one of their biggest creators in Nick Merckx. Remember that? Nick Merckx
Sure
said,
do.
hey, maybe keep groomers away from kids. And Call of Duty said that was the worst possible thing that he could have said.
Insanity.
And so they removed him from the game. And now, if you haven't noticed, all the top streamers, all those streamers don't seem to be playing a lot of Call of Duty anymore.
Well, to be fair, I used to stream Call of Duty, and this time of year, it always fizzles out before the end. Before the end of like the Call of Duty, the current Call of Duty game, like around this time, it always fizzles out. It's always the biggest between November and February. But I mean, there are other reasons maybe this time that people aren't playing it as much, but that always happens. New games come out and everything.
Will bolster the ongoing moderation systems led by Call of Duty's anti-toxicity team, which includes text-based filtering across 14 languages for in-game chat and usernames, as well as a robust in-game player reporting system.
He just takes a drink. Come on, get on with it.
How is AI going to know the difference between
a joke and not a joke?
Allow me to speak kind of candidly here. I've played Call of Duty. I've heard the N-word more from black people than anyone else. Like orders of magnitude more. So are black folks going to get banned for using that terminology?
Oh, true. Yeah, you're going to be singing a rap
How is
song
AI
going to
know
ban
intent? It's not going to know. And, ambiguous rules and terms of service are intentionally ambiguous for that reason. And it will also almost certainly be unevenly enforced. Look, I'm not somebody who really ever uses voice chat. And if I do use voice chat, it's just to chat with the people I'm playing with. I don't actually see
Discord or something else.
I don't really talk in the game, so I'm not somebody who, I'm not somebody who really cares about this rule because I'm not going to get hit by it probably. But this is insane. Since the launch of Modern Warfare 2, Call of Duty's existing anti-toxicity moderation has restricted voice and or text chat of 1 million accounts.
Wow.
They're happy to tell you that 1 million accounts have been banned. And they've been determined to violate the Call of Duty Code of Conduct. Consistently updated text and username filtering technology has been established better real-time rejection of harmful language. What if I want it?
I know,
what
right?
What if I don't want to be... What if I don't care? First of all, last time I
checked... You don't
checked,
get a choice.
Okay. There's already great tools. You can mute somebody very easily just by right-clicking on their name and muting them. Or on desktop, if you play on console, there's another... It's very easy to mute somebody. I've literally... As far as I know, you have to be 18 to play Call of Duty. Like, we all know... If you actually have played Call of Duty, that there are like 9-year-olds that play the game and are probably better than me. But, I don't know if they're better than me. The idea that they're going to have, does this system ban trash talk from Call of Duty? This system helps enforce the existing code of conduct, which allows for trash talk and friendly banter, hate speech, discrimination, sexism, and other harmful languages outlined in the code of conduct will not be tolerated.
It's all subjective, though.
I mean, this is where we're going. And people are happy to embrace this, and it's absolute insanity. When I play these games, I generally do the same. I just, as many other people, I just mute everybody anyway.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I do.
You see Pitmaster Broda saying players will just start naming themselves like Nick. And then,
I see where he's going with that.
I'll say Mike Hunt and things like that. To trick players into saying their name and getting them banned. There will always be a way to twist things around into making things backfire. We're going to get banned when our operators cuss now because operators do cuss. Name a better duo than Activision and not recognizing their normal customer base.
I know, that's
Fair
so
enough.
true.
I mean, it's so insane to me that you have to be 18 to play this game. I think we can handle hearing some curse words. And by the way, there are already tools in place to
you could just mute it.
Mute people that you don't want to listen to.
Just mute all. That's what I always do. I don't want to hear them.
I mean, I don't even understand. Who is this supposed to be for? Global real-time voice chat moderation.
DEI scores.
Who asked for this? China? Nobody inside this game asked for this. Maybe a couple of female streamers did. And
the majority doesn't care,
Mafia,
though.
Perhaps. That's the only people I would ask for this.
Well, just mute
I don't
people
care
in
if somebody
chat, though.
has a meltdown in the game. I don't care if somebody says anything negative towards me. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, who cares? It's Call of
AI
Duty.
to moderate voice chats. I mean, this is
Call of
insane.
Duty. That is core.
Call of Duty now uses AI to find and ban jerks. If you don't like it, the dev says you should disable voice chat. So if you don't like it, they're literally saying don't like it, don't buy it. How'd that go over for
I mean, kind of. They say don't use
that? Was it Blizzard that said that
voice,
originally?
Which I don't do anyway.
No, Battlefield 5
But it's
did
stupid.
that. It was Battlefield 5.
I don't know what he's...
The game's intention is to end the life of other players, but you can't handle some mean words?
Yeah.
I mean, it's insane.
Yep, this is where they're going with it. They're going with this.
I don't
like,
know where they're
100%.
saying... Where are they saying don't like it, don't buy it?
Well, they're
With this new
essentially
system,
saying...
the developers
don't,
confirm voice
use
chat
chat.
is monitored and recorded for the express purpose of moderation. Yeah, I'm sure that's all.
Why are
They've
they
got a pretty simple
recording it,
solution
though?
for anyone who
That's
doesn't want
creepy.
AI monitoring them for harassment. Players that do not wish to have their voice moderated can disable in-game voice chat. I mean, what?
That's what they mean by it, yeah.
There's obviously a lot
Just
of
don't use it.
workarounds you can do with this that a lot of people are going to do, but this
Why
is
didn't they just
insanity.
why didn't they just disable in-game voice chat then? If this is their goal, you could have just disabled, sorry, we're getting rid of in-game voice chat. Go use Discord or something. Then they can deal with it. Why are they doing this whole AI thing? I guess Microsoft does own Activision now, right? And they do own own a portion of ChatGPT. So they're like, we'll just use this. But they're like, hey, if you don't like it, just disable voice chat. But then it's like, why didn't you just, like I was just saying, why don't you just disable voice chat yourself? Like in the game, you get rid of it.
Screw this. 100%. This is just woke trash. Nobody asked for this.
Mm-hmm.
I recommend taking this year off. There are plenty of other games you can play that aren't Call of Duty. I just started playing Rainbow Six, and that's pretty fun.
It's now nowhere.
And it was pretty cheap because it's been out for a while. Single player games are good. There's all sorts of good stuff.
Payday 3 is coming out. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, I'll probably be taking the year off just out of principle. I don't care about the voice chat thing for me personally, but the fact that they're doing this and getting more woke. I haven't played Call of Duty. I got the one from last year, Modern Warfare 2, and I haven't played it since they did the partnership ending thing. You know, for something a guy said. So, yeah, forget the franchise. Go and try to find something else. Payday 3 is coming out this year, so that could be a good alternative. But honestly, I might try Call of Duty 3. You know, it's not like Bud Light for me. They haven't went that far quite yet. And if it's a really good Call of Duty, I'm a big Call of Duty fan. And I could stream it, you know, so, you know, I can make some money off of it. But if it's just so like Modern Warfare 2 was, I'll probably just skip it just out of principle. And honestly, if they keep doing more and more of this and people are just like, okay, we're going to boycott this year and it's a community thing, I'll probably just join on with it, you know, because it's like, if not many people are going to boycott and they're not going to notice anyways, it's like, maybe I'll give it a shot. But if there's tons of people and they see massive losses, I'll be like, okay, I'm going to join on, teach them a lesson. But yeah, I guess we'll see what happens. But again, like for me, the voice chat, for me, it's not a big deal, but it's dystopian for a game. And again, why don't they just remove voice chat in particular if they just want to get rid of this stuff? They just don't have voice chat. I hate voice chat. Everyone's mics are always awful. It's like a hum when they're trying to talk. You can barely even hear them, and they're just saying some nonsense. It's just like, I don't like it anyways. But again, it's the principle. It's crazy they're doing this, and then they're recording everyone's chats also. It is creepy. But I will leave it there. Also, I'm going to leave the podcast there. It's crazy I've been so long. Oh, my goodness. 3 hours and 59 minutes. How did I do this? I did it by accident. I had a lot of stuff to say this Saturday night. I got a couple drinks in me before the stream, and wow, did I talk for a very long time. 4 hours. Joe Rogan doesn't even do 4 hours. What is wrong with me? My clips are going to be so long. I doubt anyone's been with me since the beginning of this. But if you have been, I definitely appreciate it. You are definitely awesome. I'm going to call it a night here. I'm going to take the day off tomorrow. Get on my 2 o'clock schedule for Monday. And then plus I posted so many YouTube video clips from today that YouTube's probably going to get mad if I do another one tomorrow. Like I posted 7 today. I'm going to post 5 on Sunday, 6 on Sunday, and then I'll post 4 on Monday before my other clips from my Monday show go live. So I'm going to take the day off. I'm going to be back on Monday, though. So, yep, come back. Check me out. Labor Day. I know you're going to be going to a barbecue or doing something fun, but, 2 p.m. Eastern, come hang out with me. I definitely appreciate it, and we'll talk about the news. But until then, again, I definitely appreciate you joining me tonight, and you have a great weekend until I see you on Monday. Cheers.